deserve anything, but am grateful for everything. In humility, I find peace. In peace, I find my way. On my path, I gain knowledge each day. The more I learn, the less I know. In imperfection, I grow. Where others see problems, I see chances. There is no light without darkness where it was born. There is no dark without light to contradict it. Listen, for the Force has much to teach. Tell me what you think. I know it's unusually long, but what am I supposed to do? I wanted to add the details and distinctions of the special JEDE code here. I'll see whether I can change it. From Tython, the children of the JEDE spread out across the Tython system. Traveling toward the sun, they settled on Sunspot and Maltera, Nox, and arid Kravkoer. Beyond Tython, they settled first on Kalimar Jewel of the Tython system, then Shikakwe, the outlaw world, then on the forest planet Skagora, and on the moons of the giants Aubrey and Mar, and even the outermost planet, Cold Fury's Gate. The JEDE intervened on the settled worlds as requested, or as the Force directed. But over the centuries they became mysterious, even feared figures of legend. And sometimes, figures of resentment would also be created. The children of the JEDE became estranged from their parents. One such was the despot, Queen of Shikakwe, Queen Hadiya, who first united the crime barons of her planet, then pressed the settled worlds to her service. In her pride, she would not be subject to the JEDE or the will of the Force. Her will alone would be supreme, and so was born the Despot War. Primus POV. They call me the listener or Primus, for I was the first one to listen to the Force and anyone who was willing to tell me something. My role as the one who invented the use of the Force granted me authority above all others. I didn't want or even consider that position and the power it entailed, but had to take it in the end. I knew that from the time I sent out the Thoye, things might take this turn. The Force knew it as well, but I still went ahead and did it. Why? Why not? In the end, it doesn't matter. I am no slave to anyone, and neither am I someone who is interested in power. But I knew that this had to happen at one point or the other. Guiding the very foundation of Force users was what my true goal was. I held nothing back, not truly. I was aware that only my children and I could ever truly understand what the JEDE code meant and what it entailed. I founded the JEDE order in roughly 36000 to 37000 BBY, fully knowing that this was the correct time. Not because some story from my past life told me so, but because this was the perfect time. It will all be coming together in the future. Force users will have to face challenges, happiness and sorrow, love and hate, and life and death. If they didn't, they might start to believe themselves to be more than they truly are. The conflicts that would come out of that would be similar to the ones that will come out of the plans I created. But there is a very distinct difference this time. The challenges the JEDE had to face and the eventual fate the Order suffered will be vastly different from what will happen now. And for a very simple but good reason. I am here. I will not allow the arrogance and greed that befalls most sentient beings in the universe to take hold on Tython and my order. I am the Supreme Grand Master, and whether that was by choice or by coincidence doesn't matter. I will take full responsibility for my order. Funnily enough, the Force was amused and giddy about the plans I created. Sometimes, I feel like it just goes with the flow and takes a back seat, enjoying the view. I am meditating in my personal room, when I felt it. The shift, the ripple, it was time. The war was going to come here, and I knew that my children also knew about it. The question was now, what would my role be? Would I be the one to defend them like I did to the Xenorians when they fought the Ricketon, or would I watch and observe? Unlike the original JEDE, I didn't teach to find balance in the Force. I did try to teach that, but only in the sense that one can't exist without the other. And quite frankly, it is wrong anyway. Reality is neither black nor white, it is simply multicolored, and those we can't see. Still, this balancing of the light and dark was at least a way to go about it, even if it wasn't the one I had intended. But except for me and my children, there was no one else who could possibly do it the way I did. For roughly 10 millennia there was peace in Typhon and the surrounding planets. The planet I had created flourished and became a wealthy and strong world, full of potential, which the relative of the Jedei learned how to use fully. But as time passed, they grew more distant. It was inevitable. No one is like me and never forgets anything. I let things take their natural course. What else was I supposed to do? A few years ago. I don't really value time as much anymore and sometimes forget just how many passed since I can remember everything clearly anyway. So a few years ago, a female Twi'lek Hadiya came to power on the planet Shikakwe in the Tython system. She began to unite the 9 houses of Shikakwe, subjugating the house's crime barons with the help of her chief advisor Bako, the Iktochi Ka-Undam, and her fists, the Devaranian Shrilan and the human Gav Vanner. Picture. When the current head of Clan Ryo refused to join her, Hadiya killed him and his eldest son. Following the execution of his father and brother, the young Volnos Ryo pledged fealty to Hadiya. With all 9 houses of Shikakwe sworn to her, Hadiya declared herself queen. Having taken control of her home world, Hadiya moved on to the other worlds of the Tython system, conquering them and earning the title of Despot Queen. However, Hadiya refuses to submit to the authority of the Jedei order and is currently on her way here. I know that this might cost a lot of lives, but I'm not certain what to do about it. The creatures of this solar system seem to have forgotten about me. Maybe it is time to show myself once more. Now that all of my children are gone from Typhon and are on their own adventure/quest through the galaxy, I am the only one keeping the peace on Typhon. I don't think though, that I will need to do anything at the moment. The skill of the people is great and despite no one truly reaching the necessary level, I have started to introduce the different levels of capabilities. From youngling to apprentice, from journeyer to ranger, and finally to master. In the 10 millennia that the Jedei order has existed, there have only been 277 masters. No one truly deserved any title beyond that, and the fact that I even introduced titles was probably a mistake in the first place. Why would you want or even need a way to quantify how well you understand the Force? You just do or you don't and that's the end of that. And right now, there is but me and my family who understand what the Force is. But I suppose it is natural to feel some accomplishment to keep your spirits high and to aim for something, which is why I introduced the titles in the first place. I never stopped training in the Force, never stopped meditating and growing my senses or control, always pushing my limits and breaking them over and over again. I could tell that my time has helped me greatly in focusing on my control. If I had to say how well I control the power I hold over the Force, if I were to use it actively, is about large atom level or even better. Unlike what I thought, I can increase my control even further. As for my range of sensing and influence, it increased greatly as well. The solar system is well within my grasp, both from a sensing point of view and from what I can control and affect. But that is actually not all I can do. I could go further, but I want to keep my precise control, so no more than 3 solar systems is all I am able to do right now. I suppose it isn't that big of a deal when you reach my level. My children have also come very far. Their strengths are very impressive and they learn to use the Force in so many different ways. Unlike me though, they use the Force actively, while I don't even do it myself. I express my will and intentions and the Force usually does it for me. My children don't force their control or will on the Force. It is like asking nicely and then doing it. While the Jedei and the future Force users don't do that. I am pulled out of my musing by the approaching fleet. I stand up and walk over to my armor. I used the many millennia of my life to create it out of the strongest metals, which I then reinforced with the Force. I created a special technique, called Force smithing that is a part of the final test to gain the title of Master of the Jedei. The other task is to show sufficient control over the Force, where they have to perform various uses of the Force. Which ones, is not important, but it has to be at least 10 different ones and to an acceptable degree. Finally, to become a master Jedi, one has to create their own force blade. This is a special task I came up with. The predecessor to the lightsaber, which uses the Kyber crystal, is the force blade. The way it works is that a ranger would select a bar of Typhon metal, which is a metal I created myself and spread through Typhon, and would hammer the bar into a blade. As it is forged, the force is channeled into the blade, altering the molecular structure of the metal into a reinforced lattice. This lattice both hardens the blade and sharpens the edge, as well as prepares the blade for the next step. Once the blade is forged, a ranger would place a clear crystal into the hilt of the blade, and then would marry the lattices of the crystal and the blade together. This is accomplished by submerging oneself deep into the force and then meditating on the blade and crystal until blade, crystal, and smith become as one. Once the lattices are married, the wielder channels energy through the crystal and into the blade until it begins to glow with a nimbus of energy, signifying that the blade has been permanently infused with the force. The clear crystal is also a creation of mine. It acts as a channel for the connection a Jedi has to the force. The forging process is both physically and mentally taxing. Smiths run the risk of shattering the blade, crystal, or both when channeling energy, whether due to imperfections in the lattices or due to their inadequate skill. Well, time for some fighting and maybe showing some dominance. It has been a while since I stretched my legs anyway. Chapter 20, Betrayal. Volnos Ryo POV. Picture. Shikakwe was a planet that was located within the Tython system of the galaxy's deep core region. The planet had a breathable atmosphere and was covered by land masses and expanses of ocean. Shikakwe was colonized more than a millennium after the year 36,453 BBY by the non-force sensitive settlers of the planet of Tython. Eventually, Shikakwe came to be ruled by feudal gangster clans known as the Nine Houses. My father was the ruler of the Ryo Syndicate, which was one of those 9 houses that ruled Shikakwe. I was the second of 3 brothers, so I never expected to lead. Wealthy as I was, I traveled and studied on the settled worlds in the Tython system. I gained the nickname Ox and became a champion of the Ryo Syndicate. Strength has a strange way of earning respect, but so does intelligence. Eventually, my younger brother, Hawk Ryo, introduced me to a fellow Jedi named Korra. Korra and I eventually married and had a daughter, Tasha, who has also become a Jedi. I was content with my life until the despot queen arrived. My father and elder brother were killed by Hadiya, making me the new Baron of Clan Ryo, a role I feel unprepared for. One of the first things I did as the new Baron of my clan was to pledge allegiance to the despot queen in order to avoid my father and brother's fate, who had refused to do so. However, my apparent loyalty to Hadiya served to hide my true agenda, revenge for the death of my relatives. That is the reason I am here now. Here in this tavern, hiding my features and making sure that no one will recognize me. The time has come for someone to do what I will never be able to, and I have found just the one who will. As much as I don't care about the Jedi, they have their uses. I sit down and order something to drink and blend in somewhat. People don't ask questions here on Shikakwe, especially not in this bar. I count the time until the door opens again and another hooded figure walks in. I can tell that this is the one, as he has one of those sabers or whatever they are called at his hips. Despite trying to hide it, I married a Jedi, so I know where to look. Their arrogance is truly becoming more apparent. Not in all of them, but some are more arrogant than others. Having powerful space magic does that, I suppose. He sits down in front of me and looks me in the eyes. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? I am in a hurry, there's a war about to start and the Supreme Grand Master has called those available back, the man says in annoyance. Interesting. The supposed, infamous Supreme Grand Master has finally revealed itself. Then my chances of getting my revenge surge to greater heights, possibly. No one has seen the Supreme Grand Master according to Korra and Tasha, but I don't trust the words of Korra and Tasha doesn't know how to lie. And what would the Supreme Grand Master of your order want from you? Some show of authority, I guess. He hasn't done that in a while, and most if not all have forgotten his face, I assume. So, back to business. Why did you call me here? I came because you are Hawk's brother, but I sure hope this is worth it. Oh, it is worth it, trust me. I called you because I have a way for you to infiltrate and kill the despot queen. Would that interest you? You want revenge? Look, I get it, you are angry and I am angry as well, but you know nothing. She killed my father and brother. You're absolutely right that I want revenge. You were friends with Hawk, don't you feel the same? I can see that my words make him think. My brother told me that he was good friends with Daejin Lok, so I set my hopes on him. There is no chance for him to defeat her on his own, but if I help him infiltrate her ranks things should look much better. Daejin Lok POV. Picture. I was born in the Tython system and trained as a member of the Jedai order by Chuanjiang, the temple master of Anilkesh, the Jedai temple of science on the planet Tython. During my time as a Jedai, I had an adventure on the planet Sunspot, the closest planet, and became friends with Hawk Ryo, a Twi'lek Jedai from the planet Chikakwe. The two of us had become Jedai rangers at the same time and shared a deep bond. Ever since the day he died, I felt angry for some reason and bitter. The war that will arrive at Typhon's doorstep was supposed to be the ticket I was happy about to get revenge on the despicable queen who slayed my friend. And now, I sit here in a dirty inn, amongst some criminals talking to one of the leaders of the 9 clans and discussing whether or not I should go undercover and kill that Twi'lek queen. Yes, yes. That's what my mind shouts to me. Accept it and go through with it. But assassination is supposed to be forbidden amongst the Jedai. Not really forbidden, but heavily frowned upon. I know that it is not actually a rule, but since the Supreme Grand Master doesn't show his face all that often anymore, the leading masters thought it reasonable to add some rules. Much good it did us. Some don't accept those rules as the few who voted for them didn't get counsel from the Supreme Grand Master. And anything that isn't from the Supreme Grand Master is not really a rule for them to follow. Those loyalists are mostly the older members of the order. I haven't seen the Supreme Grand Master yet and am interested to see what he is all about. Some claim him to have achieved the pinnacle of Force understanding, which is why he is still alive. So what do you say? Volnos Ryo asks me. There is not really a choice here. I feel like I owe it to Hawk, who was my brother in all but genetics. I'll do it. Good. I'll introduce you too. The backstory is already arranged and you will be able to get it across. I hope at least. Wait, what is my cover? A Jedai Ranger, wishing to defect, the sweet voice of Queen Hadiya is heard as Volnos Ryo introduces me. He is bowing his head to her as she sits on her throne. I can feel his anger and the wounded pride. But that dog introduced me as a Jedai Ranger who wishes to defect. If anyone finds out about this, well, if I manage to go through with it, then that might be a reason to grant me the position of master. Picture. Interesting. Tell me more about yourself. Hadiya says and looks me over. I can feel her interest and her rather interested thoughts. I don't blame her, I had the same one seeing her. I am unhappy with the way things are going in the Jedai order and wish to see things changed. They want to limit my freedom, but that just won't go for me. That's why I want out. But there is no way to get out, without them doing something about it. Being a Jedai is something of a lifelong commitment. Very well, Daejin Lok. We shall see how genuine you are, and how strong. There is a system I have plans for, and after that, we will fly for Typhon. The Jedai's days are numbered. I will not disappoint you, Queen Hadiya. Primus POV. I walk through the halls of the main temple halls on Typhon. The halls are for grand ceremonies and a training hall. There is also a place for me to teach or to address large numbers of members of the Jedai order. I never wanted any of this, but the members felt like it was appropriate for someone of my station. You have to give the people a bit of what they want. I can tell that the fact that I don't rule like a despot or some other form of ruler, unnerves some of the members of the JEDE. Especially the younger ones. They haven't really seen me perform in action yet, and if you don't see someone for a long time, you forget them, at least for anyone else that isn't me. But this time, the time is right to get my bones working again. The times have changed since the creation of the JEDE order on Typhon. The infinite empire of the Rakata species is at its height, and they are searching for planets which are strong in the Force. I smile thinking back to our last meeting. I was much weaker back then and driven by righteousness. And while that hasn't really changed, I don't go around helping every planet. I have my Force Saber on my hip. It is the first one ever created in the JEDE order, and even though some of the others are already looking for alternative ways to gain a Force Saber, I won't change mine. Unlike the lightsabers from the future, a Force Saber really takes time and dedication to create. I liked the fact that you are basically becoming one during the process, with the metal, the crystal, and the Force, at least somewhat. It is very hard work, but the end result is very satisfying. What most don't understand, is that while it might be easier to use some form of crystal to power their sabers, and the use of a Force Saber takes a lot more concentration and strength to use, it is nowhere near as powerful after a certain threshold. You need a lot of mental strength to concentrate on using your Force Saber, and the task of creating it is also hard, but the gains are much bigger than what you have to do for them. The amount of force power you can channel with a Force Saber supersedes anything a lightsaber or a saber using a full crystal could ever hope to. But I'm getting off track here. His saber. I walk into the Grand Hall, where many JEDE members have already gathered. Many haven't seen me in years and are eager to hear me speak or to witness my power. Sigh, the young ones really need more discipline and to understand what is important. But there's time for that later. Welcome everyone. Thank you for attending this meeting, I so surprisingly called. As you know, there are several things going on in the galaxy that might or might not concern us. And while some don't concern us now, they certainly will soon. I know that many of you have questions, and we will go over all of those in due time. But right now, we shall prepare. The army of the Twi'lek called the Despot Queen Hadiya is currently about to get rid of the last opposition she has in the Typhon system. This gives us just enough time to prepare for her eventual arrival. A murmur went through the hall as I said those words. This was the first time in the history of the JEDE that something like this happened. But with the advancement of technology and the increased population in the Typhon system, things were bound to change. The Force users weren't the only powerful individuals anymore. The Rakata were bothering everyone, and I would use this chance to prepare the JEDE for the wars bound to come in the future. Lord Primus, will this despot queen truly attack the JEDE order? Surely she won't be so foolish. I believe the Masters will tell you that there is nothing guaranteed in this galaxy, but the foolishness and greed of its inhabitants, and the Force of course. What shall we do, then? We prepare for war, for a fight, and for the inevitable death that follows. Chapter 21, The Despot War I. Third-person POV. We write the year 10648 after the arrival of the Yi. 10 millennia of peace have passed on Tython and has finally come to an end. A great change was taking place on one of the Tython system's planets called Shikakwe. For the longest time, the planet had been under the control of gangster clans known as the Nine Houses. These clans had the entire planet under control and were sharing profits as well as influence despite being rivals. Neither of them should ever grow too powerful, they made sure of that. If this ever occurred, the other clans would gather and show the odd one out his or her place until the balance was restored. This way a balance of power was maintained for millennia on Shikakwe. This delicate balance has now been destroyed as the female Twi'lek, known as Hadiya, took control and united the Nine Houses and most of the aristocracy under her. The remaining aristocrats of Shikakwe were understandably unhappy and started to go against the self-proclaimed despot Queen Hadiya. But it wasn't working for them. Hadiya is a cunning and ruthless queen. She is capable of keeping a cool head and knows how to fight bloody well. These are the qualities which granted her such powerful control over her forces and success on her campaign. Her followers believe in her cause, as she has a commanding presence that demands respect. Almost the entire Tython system was under her control, and Hadiya was looking towards the planet Tython itself, the grand prize in her arsenal. To add to her success, a new member had arrived amidst her ranks at the very beginning of the year. Volnos Ryan, the new head of House Ryan, had introduced a Jedai ranger to her, who claimed that he wanted to defect and join her cause. Daganlok was his name, and he was an interesting man in the young queen's eyes. Being the intelligent woman that she is, Hadiya knew that if something seemed too good to be true, it was. So she didn't trust Daganlok and observed him. He could be her greatest tool or a thorn in her side, and she wouldn't suffer such an embarrassing mistake. Her closest advisors and generals wanted to get rid of him. None of them trusted him. He was part of the enemy, after all, and if they knew one thing, then that such tactics may just be how the Jedai fought a war. Agreeing with her people's distrust, former Jedai Daganlok was to be tested using a method that would tell them if his story was true or fabricated. Her lieutenant, Ka Undam, suggested it to her, and she agreed, but in the last moment, troubling news arrived. Shikakwe's remaining aristocrats were revolting. At first, it wasn't taken as seriously as it should have, but after hearing about a particular detail, the mood quickly derailed, and Hadiya became as serious as she could. The Shikakwan aristocrats were being supported by Jedai. This was new and demanded Hadiya's undivided attention, pulling her focus away from the planet Tython, for now. And so, the phony war had started, as historians will know it. Very soon, it became apparent that this was a new type of war, a new type of fighting, which the followers of the despot queen weren't used to. Unlike what Hadiya expected from a famous and ancient order such as the Jedai, the aristocracy proved to be smarter and fight cleverly, but not in direct confrontation. The new threat that were the Jedai also proved to be a new challenge, to which Hadiya's forces needed to adapt. The queen had expected frontal assaults and shows of power from these wizards, but no. This new tone of war was attributed to the Jedai. But the truth was known only to those in their inner circle. The Supreme Grand Master told them what to do and organized their war effort. He had met with the Shikakwan aristocracy and presented them with an ultimatum. The Jedai would support them in their war efforts, and in turn, they would cease all their illegal activities. Added to that, they would gift some specific pieces of their businesses to the order. Naturally, the aristocrats refused such an outrageous demand and sent the Supreme Grand Master away. But shortly after, they realized that it was hopeless and that by taking his offer, they would at least survive and have some things. So, eventually, they agreed. No one, not even among the Jedai, understood why this was done, but it was all within Primus' plan. The Supreme Grand Master was playing 4D chess while everyone else was eating sand in the sandbox. Unlike what would follow later, the phony war only featured tactical skirmishes with precise strikes and small-scale engagements in space and on moons. It was, as the name suggests, phony. Space battles saw starfighters and cruisers not clash but use hit-and-run tactics. Lord Primus had his side confront Hadiya's forces with guerrilla tactics and sabotage. It was not well received on either side. The despot queen and her forces were expecting a frontal assault, and the Jedai were, too. They viewed guerrilla tactics as weak and as if it made them look scared and spineless. But none dared question Primus. What they didn't understand was that while this tactic was working in keeping the enemy busy, it was not meant as a winning tactic. Both sides used strategic maneuvering and were constantly ready for larger confrontations. This was a mental challenge and demanding for both sides. But it was also impressive as it showed that the Supreme Grand Master created a bothersome and long-lasting defense simply using the few resources the aristocrats had access to. However, Hadiya adapted to the strategies rather quickly and understood that the Jedi weren't truly trying to win the war this way. So, after a few months of fighting, Hadiya gathers her generals to discuss the situation. The two lieutenants, Bako and Ka-Undam, enter the war tent Hadiya uses and see their queen sitting on the throne, talking to her left fist, Srilan, and right fist, Gav Vanner. Standing next to her throne is the newest but by no means the weakest member of Hadiya's council, Daejin Lok. The four fighters knew that the Jedi was more than just a foot soldier. He was more in more ways than one. On the one hand, he was a powerful and skilled fighter who had killed their enemies, and on the other, there was a strong attraction between the young queen and him. They could see the gazes they sent one another, speaking volumes. It was Hadiya's choice, and as long as Daejin Lok was loyal, the lieutenants had nothing against it. Bako, Kaan, good that you're here. We have much to discuss, Hadiya says. Of course, my queen. What is the topic? The war, of course. It has gotten out of hand, and neither side is making progress or achieving anything. I agree, my queen. The aristocracy and the Jedi appear to be waiting for something. It is strange, Chief Advisor Bako says. This is ridiculous. They are stalling. It is as clear as day. We should attack and strike at the heart, now. General Ka-Undam snarls. Ka-Undam, nicknamed the Butcher, has a rather hot temper and prefers to spill blood, then plan ahead and shuffle troops around. Understandably, he is the most frustrated out of everyone. As much as it pains to admit it, the Iktochi is right, my queen. Perhaps our newest member and your admirer could give us insight into this peculiar strategy employed by the Jedi. Left fist, Srilan says and turns to Daejin Lok. I second this notion. What do you, Daejin Lok, know about this? Is there a way we can move around this problem? Surely, as a defect, you are willing to help our cause, are you not? Bako asks. The people present look at Lok, who has a pensive look. After a moment, he turns to them. I'm afraid I don't know what is going on either. We weren't taught to interfere with other planets of the Tython system. Jedi are allowed to have families but not actively interfere with many things other than that. There is a distinction, even if it is rather hard to find. I agree that this is clearly stalling, and if it is, it confuses me all the more. While caution is taught, stagnation is heavily frowned upon. When I try to look into the problem and find patterns which could help us, I see nothing. Just an infinite amount of nothing. I can only assume this to be the work of the Supreme Grand Master. Hey! Supreme Grand Master! What kind of title is that? Hadiya looks at Daejin intently. The two of them had already gone beyond mere subordinate keen in their relationship, even if they used it as foreplay. She knew him well and was aware that he wasn't lying. Explain, Daejin. Why do you say that? It is the only logical conclusion. The Jedi live isolated from the rest of the Tython system. At least, mostly. They are allowed to move around, fall in love, have families, and see them, providing for them. And yet most remain on Tython, preferring isolation compared to mixing with non-force sensitives. If there was a situation where someone needed help and they could, it was normally expected for a Jedi to do so, Daejin Lok mused. What is all that supposed to mean? It means that someone else is at work this time. This stalling is not strategically sound for them, and it costs lives. Something none of the council would allow to be sacrificed this way. Therefore, it has to be the Supreme Grand Master, as he is the only one. I can't say that he wouldn't do this. Who is he then? He has to be a Jedi if he holds such a title, right? But why would he act this way? Gav Vanner asks. Sadly, I have never met him in person. So I can't say what he's like. I can tell you, though, that he holds the highest authority in the Jedi order. There are unhappy members among them, but none who would defect and join my side, like you. Daganlok looks at Hadiya and smiles. He nods his head. Very well. We are faced with a problem. How shall we deal with it? Hadiya asks and looks at Bako, her chief advisor. Bako seems in thought and muses aloud. If this Supreme Grand Master truly is the one pulling the strings, then we must ask ourselves what his end goal might be. There is some plan to his actions, and the only possible idea, in my mind at least, is for him to use this time to gather the Jedai and prepare for an assault. An assault on us? From us? I think both, Bako says. So, what do you suggest? Hadiya asks him. We have to disrupt their plans and use our new knowledge against them. All of them looked at Hadiya. The queen thought about it, and after a moment, Shrilan, Gav Vanner, gather all our forces. We attack Tython by the next cycle. If it's a confrontation he waits for, we shall give him one. Yes, my queen. They left. We won. I can't believe we won this round and pushed them back, a Shikakwan aristocrat yells. Hadiya's troops have pulled back and left, leaving only a very small cell behind. Believing to have won, the aristocrats celebrate in joy. This is no victory, a voice cuts through the yelling. Jedai, who has been supporting the war effort on the planet, looks thoughtful. They are merely relocating and aiming for a bigger target. They want to attack Tython. The men and women around murmur amongst themselves. What? Why would they do such a thing and attack the Jedai home world? Hadiya believes that she can cut the problem's head off and win the war quicker this way. By attacking the Jedai home, she is sending a strong signal. She's not afraid of us, and her followers will see it as a show of strength. The Jedai takes out a communicator and dials the saved number. A second later, someone's voice is heard. Ah, Sir Van. It's good to hear from you. How are things on Chikakwe? Greetings, Master. Things will not look peaceful anytime soon. It has come, as the Supreme Grand Master said. Hadiya and her forces are on their way. I can only assume towards Tython. So our time has run out then. Very well, I'll inform the Council and the Supreme Grand Master. I believe it's best if you all gather as well and then return. We'll need all hands available. Understood. I'll call the others. Good luck, Master. May the Force be with you. Luck has nothing to do with it. May the Force be with you as well. Greetings. I am back writing this story. I was regretful that I couldn't continue. I have very little time. But if there are still people who would like to see more, I am planning on writing this roughly once a week. We will see some fights in the next chapter. Chapter 22, The Despot War 2. Third-person POV. On the planet Tython, the air is thick in anticipation of the arriving fleet of the Despot Queen. The Jedai have positioned themselves in the different temples on Tython and spread their forces, not knowing where Hadiya will land. But their preparations are false, and they have made one big mistake. During the months of the first part of the Despot War, the Supreme Grand Master, Primus, told the Jedai what to do and where to strike. But the months of seemingly useless and pointless battle have bothered the Jedai, and the High Council has decided to act on their own accords. They ignored Primus' warnings and further suggestions and did it on their own. But that was a mistake. There were few who were utterly loyal to Primus, and the older generation knew about Primus and what he was capable of. They taught their Padawans about him as well. But simply telling someone about something and seeing proof are two different things. So roughly 95% of all Jedai chose to change tactics. In response to this, Primus pulled back and stayed in Akarkesh. Akarkesh, or the Temple of Balance, was one of 9 temples of the Jedai order on the verdant world of Tython. Erected atop a towering pillar-like rock formation, the temple at Akarkesh served as the order's academy for instilling the ideals of balance in the Force among its students. When the philosophers and scholars from across the galaxy first arrived on Tython, they were brought forth from the stars on giant pyramidal constructs called the Thoya by Primus 10 millennia ago. These 9 massive ships scattered across the planet and landed in separate locations, releasing those held within to settle the planet. The Thoya themselves would serve as the foundations for these travelers' new homes and places of study. The 9th and largest of these Thoya remained at the place where the others met, hovering above an open-air temple used by the Jedei order to teach balance through introspection and meditation. This is a Karkesh. Right now, only Primus is there as the other Jedei wanted to protect the rest. Hadiya's forces cut through Tython's clouds and atmosphere, aiming for Talzes, also known as the Dark Continent. Hadiya was smart and a strategic master. She had taken Locke and used him as an information bank to tell her where it would be best for her to land. She chose Talzes because it was sparsely populated and wild. She knew that by the time she had landed there and sent a large chunk of her forces on land, the Jedei wouldn't be ready for her. The continent of Talzes was most easily defined by the massive and deep canyon known as the Rift, a 1,000-kilometer-long stretch of volcanic mountains. Prone to seismic quakes and eruptions, the rift was riddled with pits of quicksand and acid. Landing crafts were released and crashed onto the ground with loud crashes. The dark continent was plunged into further darkness and fire. Hundreds of these pods were released, and from them, men and women of all sizes and droids exited, starting to line up for war. More and more soldiers poured out, and the continent, riddled with seismic activity, was awoken. Volcanic tremors could be felt, and eruptions could be seen from where they landed. The plan was dangerous for Hadiya's forces, bold but dangerous. Faced with the invaders, the Jedei were alerted to the strange place they had landed. They had expected to be targeting the temples but not land on a continent where only Verteep was located, the Forge. Nevertheless, the Jedei Council sent out word to respond to the invasion. The Jedei were told to stop the growing army of Hadiya from allowing it to organize further and attack. And so the Jedei defenders were hit by the attacking despot army. A torrent of blaster fires was unleashed upon the Jedei, who desperately tried to defend themselves and stop the advancement of the army. At the front of the despot army was Hadiya herself, leading her soldiers forward and killing Jedei in an impressive display of martial prowess and cunning. She knew that the Jedei might have the advantage of that mystical power she knew as the Force, but what good did it do them if they were overwhelmed and didn't know what to use said power on? But she also had another weapon, the traitor Dagan Locke himself. Her lover pushed forward, hiding his face and cutting through his former colleagues and fellow people with glee. Something was strange within Dagan, and it had taken root during these months, starting to grow. Amidst explosions and bloody chaos, the army pressed forward, cutting through the Jedei lines. One young Jedei saw the mighty queen and rushed forward, trying to end this war before it got further out of hand. But the young man was too inexperienced and forgot his teachings. He attacked the queen. Hadiya's Vibra's word clashed with the Jedei's force-imbued blade. The Jedei used the force to push his body to greater limits, but he was just about to overpower him when the queen used her sword to cut the ground. Sand and dirt shot through the air, blinding the Jedei and causing him to lose his concentration. Shing! The despot queen's Vibra's word cut through the young Jedei's abdomen and killed him, leaving him dead as one of many more to come. The landing of Hadiya and her forces and the badly organized Jedei response marked the first step in the relentless march forward, towards the other parts of Tython. The landing area on Talzes was secured, and the first batch of 1,000 Jedei killed in a matter of hours. Banners were planted in the ground, declaring her rule over the lands they walked on. The days passed, and the war, which had started out rather well, was quickly turning into a terrible disaster. After setting up their base on Talzes, the despot army moved forward and captured the sparsely defended Verteep, also known as the Forge. The Jedei were killed without remorse or hesitation. Hadiya didn't take prisoners. They went through Verteep and discovered the knowledge of metallurgy the Jedei used to forge their force sabers. They were mostly useless to the invaders, though, as very few were force sensitive and even fewer could use the force. It served as an outpost, where they observed the movements of the Jedi and responded in time. Verteep enjoyed a good working relationship with neighboring Anilkesh, the Temple of Science, also located on Talzes. So, that was another target of the despot army. What do you think, my queen? Chief Advisor Bako asks. I believe in keeping our momentum going. Targeting a temple that isn't on Talzes would spread our forces more than necessary. You are correct, my queen. It wouldn't be perfect. But from what Daganlok told us, Verteep is their temple of science. It may be tempting for us, but it will also be heavily protected. All the secrets of the Jedi are located there, and they won't allow us to get access to them this easily. When we win this war, we will get access to them anyway. I believe, Bako is correct, my queen. The Jedi are very proud of their history and will have many forces there. It is also a good strategic move on our part because they will never believe we wouldn't try to take control over the entire continent. So we will certainly catch them off guard in other places. Hearing Daganlok speak, Hadiya ponders her options. He is right, the Jedi have many defenders in Verteep and will never allow someone to gain access to their knowledge. Very well, you have convinced me. Order a small force to move towards Verteep, but not attack. Meanwhile, we strike in a different location. The Jedi will die under my feet. As you command. The Jedi were truly overwhelmed when a large force arrived at Kigongkesh, the Temple of Force Skills. Located among the dunes of the Silent Desert on the continent of Thyr, Kigongkesh served as the Order's academy for enhancing and improving one's mental and sensory skills with the Force. The master who was overseeing its protection was a strong Force user. He knew what he was teaching very well and managed to hold off the forces of Hadiya. But it was no use, they were caught off guard since their headquarters were unprepared for the attack. They had calculated that Hadiya would strike Verteep, but she didn't, and now Kigongkesh was being overwhelmed by tactical skill and sheer numbers. Daganlok advanced. He made his way to the front, where one of his former masters was keeping the soldiers in check. He saw his teacher use the force masterfully, using the sand in the air and around the area to blind them and have them attack each other. The Silent Desert was full of sand, and the old Jedi had long been training here, honing his skills and growing more in tune with the Force. Dagan knew that he was powerful, but he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could defeat his former teacher in a Force duel. He used to teach his students that a true master of the Force wouldn't need a Force saber. I know that he came up with that saying as older masters preach that the Force saber is not only meant as a weapon to kill, but to finalize and prove one's connection to the Force. Master! Master! Daganlok shouts. A powerful gust of wind blows around, giving way to the man. He looks at Dagan, and his eyes widen in confusion. Dagan, what are you doing here? Quickly come here. Dagan rushes forward and positions himself next to his former teacher. He swings his force saber and deflects the blasts from the despot soldiers. What are you doing here, young Dagan? You are not the most skilled force practitioner, are you? Did the council assign you here? Ah, you see. I did a bad thing, master. Oh ho, I'm sure they will forgive you after we defeat these pathetic excuses for life forms. I don't think we will manage that. And why's that? You are still as skeptical as ever, Dagan. You should trust in the Force. Shing. Ugh. Blood flows out of the master's mouth. He looks back and sees Dagan holding his force saber, which is impaled into his back. Dagan's eyes shine as he looks at his former teacher and smiles. Dagan, why? Because it is time for a change. Everyone agreed on that, but none of you dared to go through with it, but I do. Dagon, your eyes. With these final words, the master falls to the ground, dead. The sand falls to the ground, revealing the two Jedi and the dead master on the ground. Hadiya arrives from the crowd and looks at the scene. She then looks at her man and smiles. He has proven himself loyal in more than one way. She walks forward and pulls Dagon's face forward, kissing him passionately. Let's go. There are more where he came from. Dagon says, and Hadiya smiles. Let's kill them all. With their master gone, the remaining Jedai in Kigankesh lose all hope and are quickly taken care of. Dagon lock and Hadiya mow through the forces. Both of them fight as if they are possessed by something. An urge to get this over with and indulge in each other's bodies. Their lust urges them forward, wanting to devour each other. And this lust is stimulated through bloodshed. While they are dealing with Kigankesh, Hadiya's generals, Shrilan and Gav Vanner, are fighting at Stavkesh, laying siege and doing their work. I'll see you all next week. Chapter 23, The Despot War 3. Third Person POV. Stavkesh, the Temple of Martial Arts, is one of the 9 Jedai temples of the Jedai order on the planet Tython. A temple city fashioned from sandstone, Stavkesh was built on the slopes and peak of a mountain in the Ice Giant Range, a mountain range on Tython's continent of Kato Zakar, and it sat above where the Thoya pyramid ship that had brought the first pilgrims to the ice giants 10,000 years ago, was buried in the mountainside. Stavkesh was one of the stops along the great journey that all Jedai journeyers took. Its inhabitants and temple master taught martial arts, weapon combat and other forms of combat to all who came to the temple. Picture. But today, it was a battleground in the war that has overcome Tython. Hadiya's army has Stavkesh surrounded, cutting off supplies and any form of reinforcement. The forces have laid Stavkesh under siege in an attempt to control the war further and isolate the individual Jedai groups defending the planet. And it has been working, at least somewhat. The inhabitants of Stavkesh have managed any attempt by the despot army to move forward. The temple master of Stavkesh was a Talid named Valhami, and the Nakri Tave served as assistant temple master. Together, they maintained the position and attempted to boost the morale and resolve of their forces as the siege continued. But nothing lasts forever. The true attack had arrived, and 2 of Hadiya's generals, Left Fist, Shrilan and Right Fist, Gav Vanner, had arrived and were pushing forward. They did what they were recruited to do, and that was to lay waste to all of Hadiya's enemies. They moved up the mountain slowly but surely. Taking into account that they will lose forces, but that the Jedai would too, and that in the long run, the Jedai would lose. Blaster fire and explosions were heard, targeting the opposite mountain range to cause an avalanche. As the days passed this way, Temple Master Ilhami and Tave did the best they could to push the date of their doom further back. They fought with teeth and nails, swinging their force sabers and using the force to push back the invaders, but it was no use. Then came the final confrontation. Choosing to go on the offensive for one final time, Ilhami and Tave led their remaining forces against the despot army. They shouted their battle cry and deflected blaster fire back at the enemies. The temple master was a true master of martial arts, and while his use of the force was not as good as the temple master of Kigankesh, he was still powerful. He uses force push to push the droids backwards, causing them to crash into one another, and swings his force saber through the air. He cuts through one body after the other, moving like water and stinging as deadly as a bee. He was the first to do it like that, he was sure. Then he felt something, a danger and negativity coming from just up ahead. There he saw it, the right fist general of Hadiya's army, Gav Vanner. Ah ha ha ha, finally a worthy opponent. Come, little wizard, and entertain me. The 2 fighters clash. Their weapons cut through the air and hit each other, each of them pushing their hardest. Ilhami backs away and dodges a hammer coming from Gav Vanner's second hand. He jumps into the air and brings his saber down. He enhances his strength using the force and crashes into the general. Gav Vanner is a bloodthirsty individual and experiences a great rush when fighting this way. He lives for combat and death and enjoys nothing more than feeling the warmth of blood on his fists. That's also why he uses blunt weapons, such as his 2 hammers. His natural strength is impressive, enough to go against the experienced temple master of the martial arts temple. There is a speed difference, though, and Lhami manages to inflict chip damage on his opponent. Their fight goes on, and as he bleeds more, it seems as though Gav Vanner grows more ferocious. Hey, yes. Give me more. He swings his hammer wildly and forces Lhami to dodge, but by doing that, he is suddenly hit by the second hammer. Boom! The hammer hits his temple and throws him off his feet. For a split second, the world turns dark for Lhami, and he desperately tries to stand back up. The picture of the Supreme Grand Master flashes through his mind as he remembers the words he spoke to them. You will all lose this war, for you have let the peace you enjoyed get to your head and mistake it for power. But you will all wake up soon. He was right. They were arrogant and had let their skills cloud their judgment, thinking that there was no one else in the galaxy who could possibly match them. They were the first to use the Force and be guided through it, and yet, it was Primus who initially taught them about the Force and how to treat her. Lhami wonders. Boom! In the last moment, Lhami is saved by Tave, who engages Gav Vanner. He is pulled out of his thoughts and starts to use Curato Salva. Curato Salva are a set of Force abilities related to self-healing. Designated as one in a family of control abilities, Curator techniques focus on self-healing, staying fit, maintaining endurance, and extending lifespans by staving off decay and flushing out any poisons or diseases within the bloodstream. His head clears, and he gets back on his feet. However, just as he does so, he sees the second general, Shrilan the Left Fist, arrive behind Tave. She stabs him from behind and kills him. No! Lhami rushes forward and starts attacking Shrilan with furious strikes. The powerful martial artist quickly gains the advantage and is just about to kill her when a hammer appears in the corner of his eyes. Instinctively, he dodges the attack and swings his force saber in a round arc, attacking Gav Vanner. But the strong man is ready for it and smashes his hammer forward, pushing Lhami back slightly. But the Jedai is enraged and uses force speed and force sight in this fight. Force sense is among the most basic of force abilities. It can be used to feel another being's feelings, the future, ripples in the force caused by momentous or traumatic events, or as Lhami is using it, for impending danger. He dodges another attack coming from Shrilan and strikes forward. However, the two generals are a skilled duo and are accustomed to fighting together. The tide of the battle is hanging in the balance, and it seems as if Lhami might just get the win here. But then he reaches his limit. Using two force abilities like this drains a person of his mental strength, and while he might not notice it, the body is also pushed to its limits. There are very few Jedai alive who could manage to use two abilities at once, and only one who can use more than two. Boom! Shing! A hammer smashes into his head, and a vibraz word cuts through his body at the same time. His body falls to the ground. Hey, that was quite a strong one. I think he may have even given us some trouble had this gone on longer. He almost killed us right now. Look at you, you're bleeding like a waterfall. You should check that out. Bah! I would have survived. Keep telling yourself that. Stavkesh has also fallen. It is not looking good. The Jedai High Council was at their wits' end. The war hadn't been going on for very long compared to other wars in the galaxy, but it was long enough for them to despair. The Force wasn't helping them, the future was unclear and uncertain for some reason. They should have been strong enough to deal with this threat, but it wasn't working. They were losing too much ground. However, nothing was over yet. The war concerned all of Tython, and the planet was large. The Jedai knew their home better than the invaders, but they were scared that they had made a terrible mistake and might not make it. In truth, the Jedai were doing splendidly. It appeared as though they were losing one temple after another, which was true, but looking at it from a broader perspective, they were doing very well. The despot army had one thing to their advantage, and that was tremendous numbers. They threw themselves at the Jedai like the Imperium of Man did. The Jedai were culling the despot army by the thousands, and it wouldn't be possible for them to continue doing this for very long. The only question now was whether the despot army would gain enough ground to settle and fortify their positions and wait for their numbers to increase again, or would the Jedai manage to push them back enough to win a decisive battle. There were far more things at play here than met the eye. For one, the temples which the despot army managed to capture weren't, in the grand scheme of things, that essential for the Jedai. Winning them meant little, except for a position from which they could launch an attack. The stronger Jedai were those who were closer to where the council and the Jedai masters were. The despot army had to spend a lot of effort into killing a handful of them, and it cost them a lot of soldiers. And finally, there was something else. Another person who still hadn't moved a muscle in this war. The Supreme Grand Master himself. He was located at Akarkesh, the Temple of Balance, where he had founded the Jedai Order 10 millennia ago. He had planned to found the Jedai Order far longer than that, but creating the Thoya took some time, and he wanted to ensure everything was as he envisioned. Primus sat in his meditative position, floating above the ground, and listened to what the Force was telling him. It had all started this way, with him listening to the Force and her telling him whatever just came to mind. It was chaotic at times and urgent at others. He smiles thinking back to it and is also a bit saddened by the events which have kicked off now that the war had reached Tython. Because he knew the truth of it. Not only had the war arrived on Tython, but great change had arrived as well. Nothing would ever be as it was before. Primus saw it clearly and was well aware that he could stop it from occurring. He could be the one to stop it, but he chose not to. Not because the Force told him not to. She hadn't done that in a very long time. She seemed to just go along with what he wanted. Maybe because he was doing things similarly to how she envisioned it, but that wasn't the case. Primus was essential in a way that no one could genuinely understand because who could claim to comprehend a primordial force truly? Primus had his own plans, and as he observed the different futures, like the King of Quincy called it, millions of grains of sand, which change from one moment to another. He didn't look too far into the future. That would be boring, and he likes to experience life as it happens. The need for control has diminished over the years, and he also didn't control his children. He knew where they were and what they were doing and was content with their decisions. It was their life, and they could decide what to do with it, even if it was he who might have to clean up afterwards. Primus could feel one of his most devoted followers arrive before it happened. "My lord, It's all right, Shurak. I understand." Primus stands on the ground and touches Shurak's shoulder. And with a thought, they both disappear, teleporting into the meeting of the council. The others and Shurak are surprised at this. "Well, my dear fearful Padawans, it seems you had quite an interesting time. But enough of this. It is time to end this war. We will see Primus in action in the next chapter. It's been a while. See you next week. Chapter 24, The Despot War 4. Primus POV. I listened to the chaos in the High Council chamber and asked myself when it all went downhill. When did we fall into a disgusting political order? I realize that change is in order. I might have given them too much freedom, and they have thanked me by creating an order that functions on political power instead of wisdom and understanding. I loathe this, but I am not heartless and know of those who are still fierce believers of my teachings and doctrine. They are the minority and those who aren't liked among the Jedai, but they are also the most powerful. The irony is that they simply follow what I taught them and, therefore, don't showcase their power and value humility. Whoosh! Following my intention, the Force creates a wave that flows through all those present and cools all of their minds. They look at me and finally stop talking. What I see here before me is revolting. I have only myself to blame for allowing this to take place. My wish for autonomy in all things has given space for this disgusting structure to rise, and I am unhappy about it. You were never meant to become politicians, you are not peacekeepers, and you are not above anyone else. I have given you all the information you needed to walk this journey, and yet you have nothing to show for it. With all due respect, Lord Primus, you have been absent for many years, meditating in Akarkesh and not involving yourself with the problems of the order. I look at the man as he says that. I can feel his emotions as clearly as I feel the wind on my face. What problems are you referring to? This is not just a question for you, Barboom. I am addressing all of you. What problems could the order possibly have that need for me to address them? Are you all children whom I need to hold hands? You have enough resources you could ever hope for, you have enough to do, and you were told what being a Jedai entails. You are even able to start your own families. I even allowed you to fight this war on your own because you thought yourself capable enough to do so. So, what problems are you referring to? No one answers me, and most of them look away for different reasons. The only ones who look me in the eyes are the ones who know that I am right. You can't have everything. All of you are aware of it. And now that you have had your shot, it is time to end this farce. Unlike what you might believe, you aren't doing as badly as you think. Nothing is lost yet, nothing. But the temples are of no consequence. You should never have bothered yourselves with most of them. All that matters is knowledge, and that was all you should have protected and gathered our forces in few places. That would have forced the despot army to spread across Tython and suffer at our harsh climates. Anyway, it is what it is. We shall work with what we have. I look across the room and at each of them. They are all thinking about different things, so I change my tactics. A great wave of encouragement permeates the surroundings from my position, and they look at me in awe and more trust. Filled with determination again. First off, those of you who have loved ones off planet, you have leave to go and help them. You can either stay there and protect them or take them back here and join the resistance. Either way is fine with me. Supreme Grand Master, don't we need all Jedai we can have? No. 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 The reason for this is simple, I will join the fight myself. I believe you are all in need of a bar to see what is capable if one truly listens to what the Force tells us. Oh. That's. You will. Now. Let us discuss tactics. Here's what we shall do. Primus POV. I listened to the chaos in the High Council chamber and asked myself when it all went downhill. When did we fall into a disgusting political body? I realize that change is in order. I might have given them too much freedom, and they have thanked me by creating an order that functions on political power instead of wisdom and understanding. I loathe this, but I am not heartless and know of those who are still fierce believers of my teachings and doctrine. They are the minority and those who aren't liked among the Jedai, but they are also the most powerful. The irony is that they simply follow what I taught them and, therefore, don't showcase their power and value humility. I might not be as innocent in this outcome as I would like to claim. Whoosh! Following my intention, the Force creates a wave that flows through all those present and cools all of their minds and heated tempers. They look at me and finally stop talking. What I see here before me is revolting. I have only myself to blame for allowing this to come to pass. My wish for autonomy in all things has given space for this disgusting structure to rise, and I am unhappy about it. You were never meant to become politicians, you are not peacekeepers, and you are not above anyone else. I have given you all the information you needed to walk this journey, and yet you have nothing to show for it. With all due respect, Lord Primus, you have been absent for many years, meditating in Akarkesh and not involving yourself with the problems of the order. I look at the man as he says that. I can feel his emotions as clearly as I feel the wind on my face. What problems are you referring to? This is not just a question for you, Barboom. I am addressing all of you. What problems could the order possibly have that need for me to address them? Are you all children whom I need to hold hands? You have enough resources you could ever hope for, you have enough to do, and you were told what being a Jedi entails. You are even able to start your own families. I even allowed you to fight this war on your own because you thought yourself capable enough to do so. So, what problems are you referring to? No one answers me, and most of them look away for different reasons. The only ones who look me in the eyes are the ones who know that I am right. You can't have everything. All of you are aware of it. And now that you have had your shot, it is time to end this farce. Unlike what you might believe, you aren't doing as badly as you think. Nothing is lost yet, nothing. But the temples are of no consequence. You should never have bothered yourselves with most of them. All that matters is knowledge, and that was all you should have protected and gathered our forces in few places. That would have forced the despot army to spread across Tython and suffer our harsh climates. Anyway, it is what it is. We shall work with what we have. I look across the room and at each of them. They are all thinking about different things, so I change my tactics. A great wave of encouragement permeates the surroundings from my position, and they look at me in awe and more trust. Filled with determination again. First off, those of you who have loved ones off planet, you have leave to go and help them. You can either stay there and protect them or take them back here and join the resistance. Either way is fine with me. Supreme Grand Master, don't we need all Jedi we can have? No. 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 The reason for this is simple, I will join the fight myself. I believe you are all in need of a bar to see what is capable if one truly listens to what the Force tells us. Oh. That's. You will. Now. Let us discuss tactics. Here's what we shall do. Lord Primus. Come, Shurak, I say, and wait for him to approach. I am standing in front of a large, three-dimensional object floating in the air. What is this, my lord? He asks. This is Tython. Tython. Yes. You mean, you recreated a live model of the entire planet? I did. Then all those small pieces moving are real people moving, fighting, and maneuvering in real time. It's my battle plan. Are you using Prima Vitae to do this? He asks me. Among other things, yes. I am listening to what the Force knows about Tython and what's happening and creating this image from that. It is Force sense in its truest and purest form. Unbelievable. So you already know why I'm here. I have an idea. The situation has changed drastically over the last month. We managed to deal major damage to the despot army, and from what I can see, it will soon be over. I tell him. Would you mind telling me how that is possible, my lord? From what I see here on this live feed, the despot army outnumber us 5-1. Shurak mentions. Indeed. But we have already worn them out considerably. An entire month without a single win is hard on the mind, especially if you don't have the Force to lift your spirit. Here, let me show you. I say and cause the planet in the air to turn around, showing us Kigongkesh. Here, at Kigongkesh, we used nature to our advantage, as we should have done from the beginning. We hid in the vast desert and used the sand to our advantage. By combining our minds, we managed to use force harmony and manipulate the sand to create magnificent constructs, attacking the despot army with them. Being attacked by large sand constructs or tornadoes of sand can be quite scary for an untrained army such as the one who has dared to attack us. Truly magnificent. I was not aware that we could use force harmony that way. You truly are impressive, my lord. Ah, enough with the flattery. Kigongkesh was but one area. We also used the flames of Verteep, the forges we constructed ourselves. It was all rather simple if you think about it, and now the end is rather near. We have been using our home to our advantage for an entire month and allowed the inexperienced invaders to be punished by Tython itself. I explain. Do you assume they will gather their forces for a final attack? Or attack other temples now? Shurak asks. They will attack another temple, alright. Akarkesh is next. I tell him, having received the image from the force a while ago. Akarkesh? Why would they attack there? Because someone told them to do so. Third person POV. What is going on? How could we possibly start to lose to this extent? Hadiya asks her closest generals and advisors. She is angry, and seeing what happened during only 1 month, she has reason to. My queen, it is strange. The Jedai have changed their tactics for some reason and started to do what they did during the phony war. It seems they are trying to stall us. No, that makes no sense, Bako says. What do you mean? Hadiya asks. I would like to ask your former Jedai here why he thinks that they changed their tactics, Bako says, looking at Daganlok. I would also like to know that. Gav Vanner says angrily. Dagan. Hadiya asked, looking at her lover. I apologize, but I have nothing. Ever since the tides have turned, the force has been acting rather unruly. I don't see clearly anymore. Predicting the future is as unpredictable as walking through the desert as a blind man. Somewhat similar to the time during the phony war. Dagan says. What is that supposed to mean? Explain. Hadiya says. I can only assume, my queen. If I had to guess, it would be the Supreme Grandmaster again. But that doesn't make much sense. Dagan shrugs. Indeed. That would make no sense. Why would he not take part in the first part of our invasion but start now? Does he want to cull the Jedai population? Bako asks. As I said, it makes little sense. All I can say is that I have never heard of such an occurrence. But it may help us. Dagan says. In what way? I believe we may end this war in one powerful push, my queen. We only have to take out the Supreme Grandmaster and end his control over the Jedai's war effort. Dagan says. How? He always stays in Akarkesh, the Temple of Balance. If we strike there using our full strength, we can end this war. Dagan suggests. Bako, what do you think? Hadiya asks. It may work. If this Supreme Grandmaster is truly the reason for our loss, then it may be the best option. But we should use a diversion to keep them away from Akarkesh. Bako says. Very well. Tell the troops about the plan. We leave on the morrow. In Akarkesh, Primus is floating above ground, meditating and waiting for the guests he is expecting. He has known this would happen for a while now and is looking forward to it. The force has gotten rather touchy, in a sense, and has urged him to move his body again like a girlfriend wanting to see her man perform in some sense. It was a strange thing for Primus to have such thoughts. The force was just the force, or so he told himself. He had long established that the force seemed to be female for some reason, or that she at least acted that way with him. He was a patient listener, and maybe it was that reason why she liked him so much. He closed his eyes to the strange changes and focused on other things. Then he felt it, the army had arrived. He opens his eyes and smiles. Welcome to Akarkesh, he says to the people standing in the distance. His voice carries over and allows them to hear him as if he were standing right in front of them. Hadiya, the despot queen, Bako, her advisor, Gav Vanner, her strongest general, and Daganlok the former Jedai stand in the front and look at him. Are you the Supreme Grandmaster? Hadiya asks. Such a long title. Those who know me, call me Primus. Why is that? She asks. Because I was the first. The first to do what? She asks again. Many things. But that is not why you are here, is it, pretty lady? Primus says. No. You will surrender, and die. Hadiya says, ordering the special weapon to fire. Pew pew. Don't you mean, or? Primus says and looks at the approaching rockets. Suddenly, he feels something is wrong. He can feel danger for some reason, and his eyes widen. Ah, would you, are you not going to? What are you? Boom. Direct hit, my queen, Bacco says. And indeed, the rockets hit Primus directly, incinerating his body almost completely. The only reason he was still alive was the sheer quantity of force energy his being had filled with over the years. As the smoke slowly clears, his body regenerates fully, leaving him naked except for small pieces of his pants. What was that? He says to himself. Why did you do that? What happened was that the force allowed him to be hit. Are you, sassy? Primus shakes his head and realizes that the force didn't stop the attack before it hit him. Usually, she would follow his will, but something just prevented her from doing that. She was pissed for some reason, and the reason was that he called Hadiya pretty. Oh no! The force is a Yandere. My queen. He's still alive. The voices of the despot army pull Primus's attention back to the present. Attack! Hadiya yells and shouts for her army to attack. Primus looks at the thousands of soldiers approaching him and shakes his head. He opens his hand and uses the force to pull a lamppost towards him. He twirls it in his right hand, keeping his other hand behind his back. And then the soldiers arrive. Primus starts to move. He dodges the attacks of the soldiers and smashes his lamppost at their heads, causing them to pop like balloons. Blood and gore fly through the air, painting the ground red. With unnatural grace and speed, fueled by the force, Primus flashes from place to place, ducking underneath swipes of their swords and deflecting the shots of their ranged weapons. He channels the force into his lamppost, making it far more powerful than any other weapon to exist. Within seconds, the battlefield is covered in blood and smells of metal and death. Primus plows through the invaders with nothing but his lamppost, killing dozens with each of his strikes. But that's not all he does. He raises his left hand and opens up a rift in space right before the previous rockets can hit him again. The rockets disappear, and he closes the rift again. Primus moves through the area, moving the ground by using the force to move the tiles his feet stand on. Large plants rush from the ground, entangling the men and women, sucking all of their life force out of them, and adding it back to the force, where it came from. He is like a natural disaster, a hurricane, a cosmic storm given human form. He moves like water, flowing through the army as if it weren't there. The despot army tries to use long-ranged attacks and fires their energy weapons at him, but as soon as they approach his position, they stop mid-air. More and more energy shots are fired at him, but they all just stop, turning the air around him into a hedgehog-like picture of energy spikes. He uses force stasis to stop all the attacks and continues to move forward. He is the juggernaut right now, and nothing can stop him, now that he has started moving. It is worth noting that all of this is Primus doing. The force isn't doing anything right now. She has stopped doing it for him and observes him in action. The last time he did something, or the force did something, was when he met the Celestials and showed them their place. Rah! A powerful shout sounds through Akarkesh as the bloodthirsty Gav Vanner rushes forward, towards Primus. He swings his weapon at him, but the moment it touches the thousands of energy shots, which are in stasis, the weapon disintegrates. Primus just looks at Gav Vanner with a neutral expression. You're not the smartest tool, are you? Here, let me help you with that. Primus says, and a second later, all the energy shots are blinked away. Ah ha 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 ha, good. Give me more. You sweet summer child, there's more, Primus says and points to the right. Gav Vanner looks to his left and sees a rift open up in space. And from that rift, the rockets fly out, which flew into the rift just moments before. Wah! Boom! Primus twirls his lamppost in his hand and clanks it on the ground. What is he? Hadiya says, her demeanor full of fear. Daganlok doesn't say anything as he also can't believe what he just witnessed. And all that damage, with a lamppost. "Ha, imagine if I had a real weapon," Primus says and smirks. "You." Primus looks at Dagon for a moment and addresses him. "You have lost your way, young Dagon," Primus says. What? Dagon asks, confused. "You have lost sight of the objective and given into your inner darkness. I never spoke against darkness since I never saw the world as black and white, but you have lost yourself in your lust." Primus continues. "You know nothing. Your lust for this woman and your lust for power have driven you to this moment. It has led you here to me. What should I to do with you? Okay. I have finally caved in. The FML has been decided, but not in the way you all want it. This is not a harem, and it never will be. I had Primus use quite a few force powers in this fight. Hope you like it." Chapter 25, The Despot War v. Happy Easter. Dagon looks at the Supreme Grandmaster in fear and astonishment. Never has he seen or heard anyone use the force the way he did. To do what he did, to go up against the despot army the way he did and not only survive, but to make it seem effortless, he couldn't believe it. He stood in front of him, like you would in front of someone you saw every day, as if it wasn't anything special. What do you mean?" he asks. "You started out as an angry young man, willing to do the unthinkable to get revenge for your friend. And yet, you have lost your way and stand here before me, at the side of the Twi'lek Queen, willing to kill me for her success." Dagon grabs his force saber and prepares for a fight. "So? I am ready to fight to the death. You won't get me to bow before you," Dagon says. "Oh, please, child. You haven't seen anything yet, and believe you could die fighting? Do you believe that it is honorable or brave of you to say those words? What are you talking about? Fight me! Or are you too scared of what I could do?" Dagon shouts. "Were you present just now? What makes you think you have a fraction of a chance?" "Rah!" Dagon shouts and runs towards Primus. He uses the force to run faster and increase his strength. Time seems to slow down as he approaches Primus, who hasn't moved from his spot and doesn't even raise his lamppost to defend himself. His pupils dilate and his pulse accelerates as he swings his saber diagonally, cutting Primus in half. "Ha, ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Were you present just now? What makes you think you have a fraction of a chance? Hey? What is this?" Dagon is confused. He looks forward and sees Primus standing in front of him. But he could swear that he just killed him. He shakes his head and rushes forward. He attacks Primus again, stabbing him this time. But as soon as he does that, he reappears in front of Primus again. "Were you present just now? What makes you think you have a fraction of a chance? What is this? What's happening here?" Dagon shouts. He tries to use the force to grab Primus telekinetically and choke him or crush him. But nothing happens this time. "What? I'm sorry to tell you that she would never allow someone to harm me by using her. At least nowadays." Primus explains. "I don't understand. You see, I don't have to raise my hand to fight you. I took care of that earlier." Wah! Phew! A rift opens up again, ripping open real space right in front of Dagon, and from it, a shot shoots out, which was swallowed up earlier during the fight. The energy blasts through Dagon's abdomen, shocking him and Hadiya, who was still watching the exchange. She was crazy about Dagon for going up against Primus, who was an immovable object and irresistible force all in one. Primus moves forward and looks down at Dagon with a neutral expression. He wasn't angry, sad, or even bothered by what he saw as a prepubescent child. It takes character to admit one's own mistakes and even more to pay for them. The question is, do you have such a character? Boom boom! Suddenly, Primus is attacked by the remaining soldiers, and Hadiya runs forward. She grabs Dagon and helps him to his feet. They run backwards while the soldiers continue firing at Primus, trying to keep him in check. "Run, my queen. We will hold the position," Bako says. Hadiya nods her head and retreats, while Bako commands the remaining forces to continue firing and occupying Primus until his queen can leave. "Continue firing. Prepare the cannons and fire at will. We have to give the queen time. Go. Go. Go." Meanwhile, Primus is being shot at and looks annoyed. He shakes his head. His skin is being peeled off by the sheer amount of energy shots hitting his body. "I am attacked here, and you just watch." Boom boom. More and more of his body is destroyed and broken as the attacks continue, but Primus doesn't do anything. "I suppose I should find a shoulder to cry on later, maybe a female one. The Twi'lek looks good," Primus says, and immediately, the attacks stop. Above everyone's heads, the clouds begin to gather, and a moment later, a large storm suddenly appears. The wind picks up and blows across the field. Lightning starts to rain down from the sky and strike the soldiers, frying them where they stand. "Ah! Rah! No! Sparuam! Okay." Primus looks around the area and sees all the dead bodies turned to dust and being blown away by the wind. Seeing that everything had been taken care of and even cleaned, Primus gets back into a meditative position and continues to listen to the force. She had quite a lot to say, and he wouldn't hear the end of it any time soon. Hadiya helped Dagon back to their camp in Calith, where their final siege was taking place. The Temple of Knowledge was under heavy fire, but it was meant as a distraction for their main host, which had attacked Akarkesh and the Supreme Grand Master. Now, they were at a significant disadvantage considering the war overall. In Calith, the despot army was still superior in number, and it was showing, but as it was the headquarters for the Jedai Council, most of the top fighters and skilled force users were present. Hadiya has lost two of her most trusted advisors and generals, Gav Vanner, who was known as the Butcher, and Bako, her chief advisor. But now, they were dead, and she was left to deal with the war without them. All she could hope was that Dagon Lok, her lover, would survive and continue to help her. She had seen his defiance against the Supreme Grand Master and took it as the greatest sign of loyalty towards her and a show of unbridled love that he was willing to die for her. "Take him and heal him. Doom for you, should he not make it," Hadiya says to the healers and moves out of the tent again. She has a war to win and she will be damned if she allowed this minor setback to pull her down. That was what made her such a successful leader. Hadiya's charisma, strength of character, and will pulled others in, and combined with her attractiveness, she was a powerful leader. She would have been a good queen if she hadn't been delusional and wanted to defeat the Jedai. Her fight against the Jedai and her refusal to submit to the will of the Force led her to Tython. Hadiya joined the fighting and was a monster on the battlefield. Her Vibras word clashed with the Force sabers of the Jedai, and she managed to kill several of them. Her anger at losing a major battle against what was essentially one man made her more powerful and fueled her battle lust. Her skill affected her forces, and their spirits lifted, giving them a push against the Jedai forces. The day stretched for hours, but Hadiya had to rest after giving it her all. She returned to her tent, where she saw Dagon Lok waiting for her, his abdomen wrapped and mostly healed. The energy shot pierced him without hitting any major organs, and using the force, he had already managed to get back up. They look at each other for a moment, each of them saying many words with their eyes alone. Their relationship had grown a lot over the time of the Despot War, and while it might have started with lust, they were about to advance further. So the fight with Primus came at a time of change. Without waiting any longer, they embrace one another and rip each other's clothes off in a heated frenzy. It doesn't take long for both of them to end up on the bed, going at each other deep into the night, falling asleep. But Dagon Lok can't sleep. He is in pain. He ignored it during their passionate lovemaking, but he could feel it now, after the adrenaline had finally worn off. And with the pain, Primus' words returned. It takes character to admit one's own mistakes and even more to pay for them. The question is, do you have such a character? Did he have such a character? Dagon remembered why he entered Hadiya's army and started to fight for her. He wanted revenge. Revenge for, who did he want revenge for? He almost forgot after this time. He was embarrassed and angry that the words of one man and his dismissal of his strength led him to a position of self-doubt and embarrassment. He hated the fact that Primus was right, though. Dagon stands up. He looks at the beautiful figure of Hadiya, the despot queen, the one who could have been so much more, had she just left Tython as it was. He would have died for her, been together with her and conquered other solar systems with her, if he hadn't met Primus on that day. He takes a dagger in his hand, he had decided. He would be the instrument of his own revenge, he would end the war. Looking at Hadiya, Dagon hesitates. He was surprised by just how much her beauty and his own feelings affected him. There are always unprotected places in armor, and despite Hadiya and him just having had intercourse, she was wearing one, but Dagon found one. He stabs Hadiya. However, his hesitance causes him not to kill her right away. Why Dagon? Why? Hadiya shouts and immediately reaches for her own dagger. The warrior queen slashes Dagon across the face and almost cuts off his right eye in the process. How could you? I thought, assassination is forbidden as a Jedi, Hadiya says and gets ready for another attack, but Dagon won't have any of it. It is. At least it was. Dagon reaches out and uses the force to choke Hadiya. The despot queen is lifted into the air and tries to get the invisible force choking her away, but it's not working. Her will to live causes her to struggle desperately and turn this into a morbid fight to the death on her part. Seeing the woman he had bedded and maybe even loved die so slowly and fighting was hard for Dagon, but not as hard as it was for Hadiya. Eventually, she stopped struggling, and her neck broke. Ha, ha! Dagon breathes hard after he finally succeeds. He is ashamed of himself. He truly lost his objective out of his sight and had fallen for the honey trap. He killed Jedi and even one of his former masters. But he would fight for them now, for those who died during this war. Fueled with anger and determination, Dagon walks out of the tent and towards the platoon of Hadiya's current best fighters. They were more like the second or third best of her army, but after the eradication through Primus, it was the best that was left. Dagon, how are you feeling? One of them asks. But Dagon didn't answer. He looks at the man and swings his blade horizontally, cutting off the man's head. Before anyone can realize what is going on, Dagon moves to the next person and kills him as well. He moves around using the force to telekinetically push and pull objects and kill them with his saber. Only one of the men is left alive, one to tell the tale. Please don't kill me, the man begs. You will go and tell everyone what happened here. Tell them, Hadiya is dead, killed by Dagon Locke. Dagon then walks away, back to the Jedi, where he will admit to everything he has done. Who knows whether or not they will take him back, or execute him. One thing was for certain, the war was now over. With the queen dead, not only would the remaining generals start fighting for dominance, but the Jedi would quickly defeat them as a result of losing their strategically strong leader. The fate of Dagon Locke, however, would be a surprise not only to himself but to many others who couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. The only man who knew about it was Primus, but he was being reprimanded right now, so he couldn't do anything. I just wanted to say that I am trying to make his relationship a bit funny. It will never become a problem, though. I don't like that angry female, hitting man type of trope. She's just jealous. Chapter 26, Changing Times. 10:653 Taya. Galuj. Third person POV. Say, Father, what are we doing here? Valder asks Primus as they appear on the planet Galuj. We are recruiting, son, Primus says. Recruiting? Who are we recruiting? Valder asks. The natives, of course, Primus says as he walks through the dense forest. The planet has a diversity of bizarre plants, fungi, and animals that are dangerous for most species. But Primus walks through the usually dangerous forest as if he were born here, simply by following the voice telling him where to go. He has decided not to be bothered by the future and continues to recruit more members to the JEDE. From what I can tell, the only natives you are talking about are not truly native. They're colonists. Gossam Kurivers is what they call themselves. But they are having trouble gaining a foothold here. Truly? Interesting. Primus says. Say, we're going in the wrong direction, are we not? Valder asks. What is the right direction, Valder? The one that leads to the correct destination. Haha, clever. Primus laughs. Say, Father, what is the way to move forward? Valder asks after a moment of silence. Usually, the direction your eyes are looking. And by putting one foot after the other, it should work. At least for me. Primus says. I'm not talking about physical path. I'm talking about how to grow further in the Force. How can I grow without taking away from Mother? Wouldn't that be a bad thing? Valder asks, already used to his father's way of making light fun of them. Yes, you are right there. But also not really. Your mother is not something you can just take from, that would lead you to a rather sinister path. I would not recommend doing that. Primus says. Do you think Mother would punish us? No, I would. Primus says seriously. What do I do then? I am afraid of falling to the dark side. Pfft, the dark side, what a ridiculous notion. As if there are just two sides to your mother. Primus says. You know what I mean. If you are afraid of falling, the only safety consists in deliberately jumping. What do you mean? Do I find myself by just going for it? That doesn't seem like a good idea. Anyone accepting the task of individuation is destined to descend into a deep pit and had better set about it with all the necessary precautions rather than risk falling into the hole backwards, Primus says cryptically. And for the stupid ones among us, who aren't as ancient as you? Valder asks. Individuation is the process of self-realization, the discovery and experience of meaning and purpose in your life, how one finds oneself and becomes who one truly is, Primus explains. Finding myself? Did you go through the same process, Father? Valder asks. Naturally, son. Having been through the process myself, I have come to understand that taking up the task of individuation implies falling into holes. This means having intervals of misery, depression, grieving, and maybe even a form of psychic paralysis. You? You had intervals of depression? Valder asks, surprised. For him and his siblings, Primus was this inexplicable man who could not die and had lived longer than they could understand. He was filled with understanding of the Force and the universe as a whole that rivaled their mother's, since she was the one to teach him in the first place. Of course. I was not always this old. And not every day is a good day on this journey. The bad news is you're falling through the air with nothing to hang on to, no parachute. The good news is, there's no ground. Primus explains. So I should just enjoy the journey? Then what is the meaning of my life? Why did you create us? Just to waste time in your eternal existence? Valder asks. Everything depends on your thought process, Valder. You are as unhappy or happy as you have convinced yourself to be. Why should I tell you the meaning of life? That is your job to find out. The time you enjoy wasting is not wasted, and I enjoyed the time I spent with all my children. Besides, if you no longer want to live, that is also your choice. So it's about choice, then? Valder asks. In a way, yes. And now that you have realized it, you also are carrying a burden. Primus tells his son. Why a burden? Because nothing is more difficult than being able to decide. But that makes it all the more precious. I see, Valder says, thinking about his father's words. After a few hours of walking, they finally make it to a large swamp area rich in the force but not pure force energy. Valder observes his father simply standing there and waiting for something. He had understood long ago that there was usually a reason for his father's actions. But sometimes, he just seemed to do things for no real reason. It was strange, as his relationship to his mother was so intimate that it surpassed anything that they, as children, could ever understand. Time meant nothing to Primus, at least that's what it seemed. He had mastered the art of patience. Finally, after a long time, the swamp started to stir, and from the depths several creatures rose. These are tall, bipedal, sentient species who might be considered strange and mysterious to observers. Arms and legs ended in 4 large, webbed digits, with suction cup fingertips. Growing from the underside of each arm is a shorter, smaller arm that ends in 3 large, agile fingers. Their heads consist of a thick mass of long, flexible tendrils with illuminated tips. The mouth and eyes, which glow bright red in some individuals, appear as black holes within that mass. Valder could feel something extraordinary about these creatures. All of them are force-sensitive and deeply connected to the living force of this planet. However, he also feels that this might bring with it some problems. Father, what? Greetings, Galuchans. I am known as the listener and am here with a proposition. Primus starts to speak in a strange, guttural, barking language unknown to Valder. He understands it must be the language of this species. So he uses the force to translate the language and understand what is being said. We have long awaited your return, O Ancient One. Ah! You know me? Primus asks. Naturally. We would remember the one who helped us in our time of need, when we were but an evolving race on our way to establishing a society, when you arrived. Our elders tell the legends of your arrival and help. So you remember that. Truly impressive. I am glad you managed to establish a functioning society here on the planet, and I wonder whether you are interested in joining the order I have created. Primus asks them. The elders would like to hear your proposition, O Ancient One. If you are willing to accompany us, they ask. But of course. May I introduce you to one of my sons, Valder? Should you agree, he will be the one to introduce you to my order. Primus says. Well met, Valder, son of the Ancient One. You are welcome here. What are you doing, Valder? Answer them. Primus says. I am trying to speak, but it doesn't work, Valder whispers. Hey? Wait a moment. Primus closes his eyes and then grimaces. Well, it seems your mother's a bit cross with me. Let me just. Good, now try again, Primus says. Why would it not work for me if she's cross with you? Valder asks. Because you have been neglecting her and following me. Don't get me wrong, Valder, I like your devotion, but you shouldn't forget your mother either. Try to find a middle ground. Good, we're ready. Let us go. Valder says. Very well. Please follow us, the Galuchans say, sinking into the moor with Primus and Valder following them to meet their elders and get them to join the Jedai order. With Primus, that was mostly a formality and nothing more. The Galuchans would surely join them. Tython. The rebuilding has been ongoing, and after 5 years, normality has somewhat returned to the planet and the Tython system. However, one of Primus' children overlooked changes in the works. The aristocratic families had to part with large areas on different planets in the Tython system, and Primus was using those now. Only he and his children knew what for. But on Tython itself, a few other things had also changed. Come on, Hawk Ryo. I feel, we have to go there. Something is waiting for us down there. You know it's forbidden, Digan. You know it is, and just because they promoted you from Ranger to Master, doesn't mean you can ignore those rules. Hawk Ryo says to his best friend. I'm not ignoring the rules, Hawk, it's just. I have this feeling, the urge to go down there for some reason. I can't explain it, but I'll go. Dagon Lok decided to explore the chasm, a planetary rift below the Temple of Science, Anil-Kesh. Brash and overconfident in his power, Lok ignores the fact that the chasm messes with the minds of those who enter. He felt a great pull towards the chasm. Dagon and Hawk make their way downwards and feel the swirling energies start to engulf them as they go deeper. After a while though. Dagon, do you feel a buzzing in your head as well? I think we've gone far enough on this run. Let's head back and look over the data. Hawk says. Only the bottom is far enough. I can feel it, I'm getting closer. Dagon responds, feeling the calling grow stronger. We said we were going to take this in stages, be smart about it, Dagon. Hawk cautions his friend, but fails. Let's be brave about it. I wait. I'm seeing something, figures forming in the mist. Dagon says. Dagon starts to see figures forming in the mist. A force vision overcomes his senses. A creature with a single red eye, leading an army, a sword of flame, destruction, fire, death. As Dagon stares into the void, he sees a vision, and as he screams in shock and fear, a voice makes its way to his mind. A deep voice, unlike anything he has ever heard. Whispering of things to come, danger and destruction, similar to what he has just seen. Come, Dagon. Come to the bottom. Dagon. No. Hawk Ryo shouts and stops his friend from moving further down. Hawk. Look. Don't you see it? We're getting out of here. Hawk says, firing his jetpack to shoot back to the surface. Let me go. Let me go. I need to go further. Dagon arrives before the council and tells them all about his vision. He warns them of what he saw, the blades of pure fire, the death and destruction and the dark figure waiting for him. But the reaction is the one that has settled long ago. The politicians who sat in the council were not willing to accept what he was saying and put it off as him being corrupted by the dark side. You have entered the chasm, which has been deemed too dangerous by the Supreme Grand Master himself and have tasted too much of the darkness. You are to leave Tython and will spend your time on the moon, Bogan in exile, where you will meditate on the force and restore your inner balance. You refuse to believe what I saw. You're all fools, useless and corrupt. Where's the Supreme Grand Master? I demand to speak with him right now. He will surely believe me. Dagon shouts. The Supreme Grand Master is off-world, right now. He has not deemed it necessary to inform us of the location he went to, one of the council members says. Dagon Lok, you and Ranger Hawk Ryo are to go to Bogan, effective immediately. So Dagon Lok and his friend Hawk Ryo were brought to the moon Bogan, one of Tython's many moons, but only one of the two that the Jedai could actually see. The two friends couldn't see one another, and it was made sure that they didn't have contact, but that wasn't what bothered Dagon. It was the hooded figure that stood in his way, with a large staff in hand. Tell me, Dagon Lok, do you desire strength? Do you want to know how to stop the approaching army and be the one to fight them? To lead the Jedai against the threat and come out victorious? Do you want to learn how to use your fear and restlessness and turn it into power? The deep voice of the figure is the same one he heard in the chasm. Dagon sees himself leading his people against the army he saw and nods his head. I do. He says and instinctively, without realizing it, kneels. Things are going to get interesting, at least in my opinion. See you all next week. Chapter 27, Mistake. 10660 Taya. Tatoin. Cleo POV. Tatoin, a lush world where twin suns warm fair skies. A thriving world, where the Kumunga live peacefully in gleaming cities alongside its blue seas. A place where I have lived for many years now. But that was before the ships of the Infinite Empire have started to darken the skies. Before they arrived. Those Rakata. I should tell Daddy about them. I say. Lady Cleo. Lady Cleo. What shall we do? We have to do what we have done for a while now, fight and get back your planet for you, I say. But, Lady Cleo, we aren't as strong as you are. There are so few of us who can use the force like you, the Kumonga tells me. I know, which is why I have been here to teach you. But now, we have to fight and throw the Rakata back where they came from. I will go out there personally. You are in charge of the resistance while I'm gone, Morka, all right. I tell him and lift his spirit. Very well, Lady Cleo. I shall do that. I wave my hand in front of me and open a portal, just like Daddy taught us. I appear on the surface where still so many Kumonga being enslaved and killed. Father told me I was a tender spirit, but that doesn't help me. I will need his help. I feel around until I find where the predator is located. Primitive, these. Worth the journey, XESH? Worth it to me, the Rakata asks his force hound. Yes, Predator Tolkar. I sense little worth reaping in them, but I wouldn't. This is why I have you, yes, XESH. Yes, Predator Tolkar. Which one? Another Rakata soldier asks, pushing two Kumonga children in front of the force hound. A force hound is a force-sensitive servant of the Rakatan Infinite Empire. They seek out planets with powerful force signatures, after which the Rakata would conquer the planets and cull the force sensitives from the native population. I feel the force hound check for force sensitivity. This one, the force hound says. The Rakata soldier plunges his force-imbued spear into the boy's chest. Monster! That was my son. You didn't need to kill him, the boy's father shouts. We didn't need him at all. We are the victors, we do as we like with you, the Rakata predator says. You have won this day, but the Kumonga will fight. We will fight until you are driven from Tatoin, the father shouts. Unlikely, that, the predator says and uses force lightning on the man. Feeling what is about to happen, I take control of the Rakata soldier's brain and turn it off. He falls to the ground unconscious. Then I walk over to the boy and touch his chest, asking mother for help and healing him, mending his skin and purging the dark energies from his system. I feel the force lightning before I see it and stop it in its tracks. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Not possible, that, the predator says after he sees his attack not touching me. The force hound is also about to attack me, but I stop him in his tracks. I lift him into the air telekinetically and move him in the way of his predator's attack. Arh! He shouts in pain. The commotion gathers many more Rakatan soldiers who rush to help the predator and exterminate me. I feel their emotions, their greed, anger, hatred, and their sinister and vile connection to mother, which they have taken forcefully and abused to their own pleasure. I ask mother, what I should do, what is it that could possibly be the answer to such disgusting creatures? They spread their influence across the galaxy, while I try to help those who can't very well help themselves. Father wasn't clear on this matter, despite telling us he is not an altruist. He hasn't said anything specific, but has insinuated that he has his rather violent moments, or at least he did. I don't know what that means. I wave my hand and force all of the Rakatan soldiers under an illusion, turning off their brains and forcing them into an unconscious state. Then I turn back to the predator, who observes me with greed in his eyes. I feel his emotions and know what he's thinking about. Desire and greed, arrogance and the will to subdue me and use me as a slave against a political rival. It disgusts me greatly. Your arrogance knows no bounds, Rakatan. This is a fight you cannot win. I tell him. We don't know that yet. You will belong to me, he says. A sudden vision flashes in my mind, and mother warns me to get away. Danger, great danger is about to befall Tatoin. I can flee, leave, and save myself, but that would mean the doom of Tatoin. The beautiful planet would die. I use all my strength and envelop the ground with my force strength. I ask mother for help and strength, just like father would. To feel her strengthening me, despite my refusing to follow her warning, and allowing me to envelop all of Tatoin, protecting it just in time. Then the attack arrives. From the sky, the Rakata fire attacks using their advanced technology, fueled by Bogan, and attack Tatoin. I feel the attacks hitting me and the planet. The attacks don't stop for many minutes, but I refuse to give up. I have studied under Father and Mother and have focused on the aspect of creation, rather than destruction. I also know of the need for destruction, but some of my siblings do that better than I, despite Father teaching us equally. Finally, the attacks stop. As I let go of my control, I use the last moments of focus to attack the Rakata warships in the sky above Tatoin. This takes me beyond my limits. I start to lose focus and in my final moments, manage to open a portal to the safest place I know. Third-person POV. Galuch. The Galuchans were a remarkable race and very dear to Primus. He has come to appreciate their nature and way of life as it was, in a way, similar to his own. Not in the grand scheme of things and certain details like lifespan and biology and whatnot, but in the way they conduct themselves. The Galuchans are subject to wild mood swings, reacting in unpredictable ways to different situations. They might be viewed as primitive and even barbaric by other species. And in some ways, that is true. The Galuchans do not possess advanced technology, wearing simple garments, such as loincloths, made of vegetable material and bone. They value life as a whole more than the progress of their society. And the reason for that is one of their most remarkable features, their innate force sensitivity and deep connection to the living force. Although not as powerful as trained Jedai, the Galuchans are able to use the force to control their environment. Their connection to the force gives them a somewhat primal attitude, from which their mood swings stem. Faced with the ever-shifting balance of the force on their home world, the Galuchans struggle to resist the dark side, or Bogan as the Jedai call it, throughout their history. Many individuals, and even entire tribal pockets, descended into violence and madness. The influence of Bogan also affects them physically, causing their bodies to mutate to reflect their tortured psyches. In a way, their close connection to the living force is similar to Primus. They also have to watch out for what he does with his ever-growing power and control, as he could and would descend the galaxy and the entire universe into chaos and destruction. He feels this aspect of the Galuchans makes them kindred spirits in a way, even if Primus has long surpassed what could be logically explained. And so he has decided to help them and welcome them to the Jedai order as they represent a very important aspect of it. In balance, they will find peace. So Primus and Valder have been introducing the Galuchans to the way of the Jedai order, how to listen to the Force, and how to treat her. After 10 millennia of remaining mostly in one solar system, it was a welcome respite for Primus. He could remain in one spot forever if he had to, but he also enjoyed doing something. And to teach a race who was more than willing to listen and learn was something he truly enjoyed. As Primus was talking, a portal opened, and through it, Cleo fell. Feeling his love call out to him, and his daughter's condition, Primus stops talking immediately and catches her body. Cleo! Valder shouts and arrives next to them. Primus touches his daughter's forehead and feels her condition. What's wrong, father? Valder asks. Cleo has pushed herself beyond her limits. It seems she has encountered something rather bothersome. For her to be in this state. Don't worry, she'll make it just fine. Come, dear, I'll take care of it. Primus walks towards his hut, which he created amongst the village where they were staying at the moment. He gently places her on his bed and moves his hand over her figure slowly. The force reacts before he does and flows into Cleo, healing her and touching her spirit, connecting it with Primus. This is something Primus has been doing for all his children. He has created a method of connecting his spirit with theirs and sharing their pain whenever it was too much for them. He takes the load off Cleo and deals with it. Primus sees what happened and closes his eyes. He waits for Cleo to wake up again, in her own time. Until then, he will wait. It takes a few hours for Cleo to process everything and wake up. The first thing she sees is her father, sitting at her side and smiling at her. "Well? How are you, daughter?" he asks her. "Tired. Is that so?" Primus chuckles, knowing his daughter's tendency to overstate her problems to get her father's attention and be spoiled. "Yes. Tell me what happened, Cleo. I have been on Tatooine for a few years now. I saw it in your archive in the library on your ship. You remember how beautiful it was, yes?" Cleo asks. "I remember Tatooine, yes. It's also where my eagle went, the last time I checked." "You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" Primus asks her. "Aviator has followed me of his own will. I didn't do anything. He has grown addicted to the food you give him. And stop calling him Aviator. HMPF. As I was saying, I was on Tatooine when the Rakata arrived. It was a terrible time, and I tried to arrange for the Kumunga to form a resistance to fight against them. But their technology has proven too much, and not enough force sensitives have been trained yet. I confronted the Predator, who finally arrived, together with his force hound, but the Predator had ordered the bombardment of the entire planet. I managed to save all of Tatooine with Mother's help, but I fell unconscious before I could destroy all the Rakata warships. The Predator and his slave have fled, most likely. After that, I awoke here." "I see. Well, you can recuperate here for a while. Allow me to take care of it." After saying that, Primus walks out of the hut. He creates a portal and then leaves Galuch. After probing the entire galaxy for the Rakata he is looking for, he moves through space and time and arrives at the location he wanted. Aboard a Rakatan vessel, aptly named the Devourer. Ironically, the warship is in the Tython system. Broomp! The entire Rakatan warship halts in its tracks, and everyone except the Rakata on board as well. Following Newton's third law, the Rakata crash forward against the walls, hurting themselves. "What's going on? Who dared to sabotage my ship?" Predator Tulkar shouts in anger. "The ship has stopped moving, Predator Tulkar. We don't know what's happening." "What? That would be my doing," a new voice says. The Rakata turn around to find Primus standing there with his hands behind his back, looking at the ground. The Rakata are practitioners of Bogan, the dark side of the Force, and they are strong. But they are stupid at this moment. The foot soldiers rush forward, attacking Primus with their Bogan-imbued weapons. But before they can harm Primus, they are frozen and placed in force stasis. Then, the air changes. All of the slaves on board disappear. The outer hull of the warship groans as if it were under enormous pressure. Beams begin to bend, and the ground shudders. The air turns cool, and the Rakata's breath starts to become visible. "I am a simple man." Primus starts. The metal wall dents and bends more and more, and the warship begins to be pressed together from all sides. "I allow most their personal freedom and don't want much for it." Predator Tulkar's eyes widen, and he understands his own emotions. He is overwhelmed with fear. He watches as all of the Rakata soldiers' limbs begin to twist ever so slowly, giving them great agony. But they aren't allowed to scream in pain. Primus won't allow it. "I love very few things in my life, and you. You had to attack one of the things I love dearest in my existence." Crack K. The Rakata's bones break, and their limbs are crushed into thin lines. The pressure wanders further up, reaching their midsections and finally arriving at their heads. "I have allowed you vermin to exist for far too long." The Rakata soldiers have been thoroughly crushed into very small marbles of gore and blood. The warship has been compressed so only Primus and the Predator remain. "Time to change that," Primus says. "Ah!" The Predator screams as he feels all of the cells of his body disintegrate, while he is forced to endure the entire process until he finally dies. Primus has not used Bogan to do this, he hasn't upset the balance or anything like that. He has always just used the Force as a whole and not parts of it. But she has felt his anger and seen his ruthlessness. So what is her reaction? Approval. Surprise chapter. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 28, Force Wars I. On Bogan. Third-person POV. Jedei legend tells how Tython birthed twin moons from her fiery core, dark Bogan and light Ashla, to remind all of those who seek balance of the eternal struggle between dark and light. Millennia ago, the moons were colonies for non-force adepts who were compelled to leave Tython. Although that's not exactly true, it seems the people aren't certain which version is the truth. It has been too long for them to remember what truly happened. From the moons, the children of Tython traveled outward to form the settled worlds. The first one among those was created by Primus himself using the Force, but that is now believed to be only fiction amongst most beings alive today. The ruins of those stone cities they left behind are used by Jedei in exile today. Xesh sits and ponders the night sky as the shadow of Bogan again devours bright Ashla in the sky. The dark always devours the light. The Jedei say the light returns to balance the dark. What Primus has discovered is that the light was born from the dark, but no one is willing to listen to his teachings anymore, save his own children. The light side they speak of is alien to Xesh. As a slave to the Rakata, Xesh has only known what the Jedei call the dark side. Memories of his past flicker before him, elusive, coming in shadowed glimpses. His earliest memory was of him and his broodmates huddled together for warmth. Names and faces elude him, but she was always there, fierce protector, comforter of pain. Ripped from the brood, he was taken to his master's machines, encased in a tomb-like shell where he screamed in fear. Around him, he sensed his broodmates, shrieking in the darkness. He learned anger and hate. Later, he understood that this bleak anger, this dark hatred, was the force and the power that fed his master's ships. One master, Tulkar, sensed talent within Xesh and freed him from the machines to train as a force hound. From that moment, Xesh was alone. He became the best at what he was trained to be. Loneliness became a way of life. He remembers power. That was the past, though, when he was a slave of the Rakata. 2 months ago, everything changed. Even through the changing currents of the deep core, Xesh sensed Tython. He led the Rakata here to cull this world. But something went wrong. He arrived. Xesh had never experienced anything like it. If Tython was so strong in the force that Xesh could sense it in the deep core, from all the way from Rakata Prime, then this man was like the Big Bang. He blinded everything and at the same time devoured everything. It was as though something was so loud that you couldn't hear anything because your eardrums had exploded. Xesh stole his master's escape pod and fled. He fell to Tython, where he encountered his first Jedei, 3 journeyers. He fought first to kill them, then fought to save their lives. She was the reason. She Kota. A woman, one of the 3 journeyers. In the dark abyss of Ruh, she glowed with light. It was an experience outside of his understanding. Something within him yearned for it. He could not let her die. Why? She was the enemy. Death was common. He did not understand the feelings that compelled him to save her life. Feelings that made him weak. He was struck down by the force, by the other Jedei. They made him a prisoner and exiled him to this dark moon, Bogan. Log note, exile Xesh present in his compound. Marking the NED of his 2nd month since arrival. Please note, the supply ship will arrive in 1 week. Good night, exile Xesh. A droid keeps watch over all the exiles to make sure they don't talk with one another and that they don't flee. The Jedei told Xesh that he was out of balance in the Force. His task on Bogan was to find the balance between light and dark through meditation and reflection. But Xesh understands the truth behind their words. He is here because the Jedei fear his dark power. He believes that he knows Bogan to be a prison. Sadly, he is right. But it wasn't always this way. Suddenly, Xesh is taken into a chokehold from behind. He didn't sense the attack coming, but why? He believes that exile might have dulled his senses. He manages to get out of the hold and turns around, seeing the aggressor. But then his reality twists on itself, and he believes that there is no air. A strong force slams him against the wall. Attack, boy! Show me your worth, the man challenges XESH. What did you do to me? XESH shouts and punches the man. I call it a mind twist. I'm inside your head, does it hurt? The man grins. XESH roars and tries to grab the man by the throat. He charges his other hand with force lightning, but before he can use it and kill the man, he laughs and uses a grappling move, smashing XESH's face against the wall. You want to kill me, boy? Good. But first, answer me one question. I want to know why you appeared here on Bogan. What is it you seek? You saw me, like the journeyers. I'm Dagon Locke. You have a name? I don't want to keep calling you boy, the man, revealing himself to be Dagon, says. XESH. Of course. Should have guessed. It's written all over your face. Put that on so you'd remember your name, did you? Dagon says. This mark designates me as a force hound of the Rakata. They mark our limbs, too easier to find the pieces if the battle does not go well. How did you enter my compound? I was told these cuffs hold prisoners apart. Yet you do not wear them. Hat, for those who know the true power of Bogan, this is nothing. I figured out a way to remove the cuffs with the force, without disabling the sensors. The sentry droids think we're where the cuffs are. Droids aren't actually very smart, Dagon says and removes XESH's cuffs. A good trick, but we are still prisoners. There is no way off this moon, XESH says. Now, the sentry droid will think you sleep. Tonight is the dark of the moon, and we will cast no shadows. Walk with me, brother, if you want to know the truth. On Tython. The waterfalls of Akarkesh feed the rivers that flow beneath the towering monolith. Islands dot the landscape, tranquil in their isolation. A place for meditation. It's why Rajivari came here. Ajedei general in the Despot War, Rajivari's strong command won a few battles, and his calm wisdom saved many lives. After the war, Rajivari laid down his sword and became one of the Jedei who meditated on the Force. He has understood that he was wrong in his beliefs previously and that Primus, their supreme Grand Master, has discovered something that was still a secret to him. What was that? Could he find that as well, and if so, how? His mind should be as still as a lake at dawn. That's why Ketu has come seeking Rajivari. Instead, he senses unease in his former master. Ketu, you have not infringed on my solitude since the matter of Dagon Locke. What brings you to disturb my meditations this time? Rajivari asks. Again, to ask your wisdom, Master Rajivari. I know that you sensed the dark energy coming from Bogan. All Jedei did. Yes. Tython's skies may be clear, but the darkness on Bogan lingers stronger than ever. The balance is tenuous. Speak your mind. I will listen, Rajivari says. As the two Jedei walk, Ketu tells Rajivari of the crashed alien ship and its sole survivor, XESH, who wielded a blade of frozen energy. It is, of course, a way to talk about what Dagon has seen in a vision years ago, which the Council refused to believe. So, despite the Journeyer's visions, the Council sent XESH to Bogan. Tell me, Ketu, did you ignore their vision because they are inexperienced Journeyers, or because you did not share it? Rajivari asks. Should I sound war drums based solely on a vision, General? Dagon Locke's vision was far more dire, and the Council ignored it. Nothing happened, Ketu argues. You think the Force whispers in your ear and visions become tangible? That's not how it works. All we're allowed are glimpses, if we are lucky. It is up to us to discern the truth. That's also why I believe that the Supreme Grand Master has left. We are to figure this out on our own. After the Despot War, he was disappointed, Rajivari says. I know the truth. The vision lock had in the chasm drove him mad. Then explain the blade of fire, shared in both visions. Explain the growing darkness on Bogan. Did you learn nothing from me? It's been 12 years since Master Telate was killed in the Despot War, and you took his place, yet you're still so youthful in your wisdom. How long will you be Master Telate's little shadow? For all your meditations on the balance and peace, you would still incite war. This is not the Jedai way, Ketu argues. The way of the Jedai, how ridiculous I have started to see this notion. Listening to the Force is the Jedai way. Admit it. If these visions are true, the entire Jedai order would change. All we know would come to an end. You came for my wisdom, Master Ketu? Tell the Masters Ot consider Dagon Lok's vision a warning we should have heeded 7 years ago, that what the journeyers experience could be the dawn of what Lok's vision foretold. Learn what Xesh knows, where there is one warrior, an army may follow. And please, Ketu, stop seeing the Jedai way as the only way to go. There is only one truth, the Force, and the Supreme Grand Master has realized this long ago. How else do you think he ended the Despot War single-handedly? The Supreme Grand Master is an elusive figure. No one truly knows who or what he is, and the guides aren't any different. I've never seen one of them, have you? I don't believe something like that, that's for sure. Are you truly a Jedai? Have you not understood anything? On an unknown planet in the Tython system, hidden in plain sight, is a special planet. This planet was created by Primus many years ago, but has become the laboratory of one of his children. Captio has inherited her father's sense of science. She is very interested and wants to experiment and learn new things. Her experiments are often outrageous by modern times, but with a father like Primus, she had almost no limits. It was also one of her experiments that rendered the planet hidden, as she made it reflect light at a frequency which was only visible if you used a special version of Force sight. Captio loved to do such things, pushing the boundaries of science and technology while incorporating her knowledge of the Force into her work, which was one of her major projects. A portal opens up next to Captio, and Primus walks out of it. He finds his daughter reviewing a few petabytes of data and then making a few changes in the code and rerunning the simulation. He might smile seeing her that way, but he is not feeling like it right now. Captio gets notified that there is an intruder in her laboratory, and looks up. Seeing her father, though, she smiles. Father! I'm glad you're here. What's wrong? She asks. Cleo had a run-in with the Ricotta on Tatooine. An unpleasant encounter. Unpleasant, hey? How is she? Did she pay them back? Captio asks. Somewhat, yes. But that's why I'm here, dear. The reptiles have gone on for long enough. You had your time and enough data, and if not, then I'm afraid I will have to put my foot down, Primus says. The virus isn't working fast enough. When you asked me about a way to take their sensitivity to the Force away, I thought it would take longer. I see that their greed allowed them to prolong the process somewhat. But they are finished. The time of their doom is near. I still don't understand how you did it. I told you, I could explain, but you want to find out on your own. So what will you do now? Captio asks. I will eradicate them, Primus says seriously. I understand. What should I do then? When was the last time you spent some time with your mother? Primus asks, changing his tone. Not long. Right. I'll see you later, Primus says and disappears. Primus reappears in the unknown regions, above Ricotta Prime. But instead of seeing warships and feeling the life of the Ricotta, he only feels millions of slaves on the planet. The Ricotta have left, all of them. Primus finds that unlikely, which it is. The Rakata are a species ruled by fear and the dark side. So if they all followed one calling, then he or she had to be exceptionally powerful. He appears on the ground and sees a monstrous complex after another, filled with slaves placed in special murder cages, ready for their death. Seeing this, Primus moves inside. He swipes his finger, removing all of the ceilings of those complexes. His feet touch the ground, and he walks forward towards one of the slaves, ready to die. Something is strange, he can sense that this isn't real. A marvelously constructed illusion. However, the illusion suddenly changes, and all of the illusory slaves look at him. They all feel real, which is very hard to do, and the only answer is that they are real. Every one of these slaves who look at him might be a part of an illusion now, but they were real, and they were killed to fuel this illusion, to fool Primus. Someone has prepared this specifically for him. He narrows his eyes. The illusion collapses as Primus exerts his power a bit. But that was a mistake. A wound opens up, and the illusion suddenly collapses on top of him. It doesn't break or simply disappear as it is supposed to, but swallows Primus whole and pulls him into another dimension entirely. Primus looks around and recognizes this place. He was inside the force. Haha, very clever, Primus admits. I agree. Primus turns around. His jaw almost drops after millions of years. Hello, dear. Chapter 29, Force Wars 2. Before you read this, please remember where he is. Now, I hope you enjoy. Third-person POV. Primus looks in front, staring at the figure of a woman. Only he himself knows what is going through his mind right now, but he is unwilling to take his eyes off of her. And for good reason. Picture. Well, she asks after an unknown amount of time. Beautiful. And what? What else, she asks. Is that not enough? Primus asks her. We have known one another for millions of years. I have seen you at your lowest and at your highest. I was there from the beginning, witnessed your moments of weakness and your path up to the present, where you stand tall in all your strength. I was there with you, and you were there for me. You were the first person to speak to me, to listen and not merely take. You are special, and I realized you are the only one capable of ever truly understanding me, just as I am the eternal being who can understand you. We who have witnessed the rise and fall of eras will continue to do so for eternity. I have loved you for millennia, and I have been waiting for you right here. And all you can tell me when you see me is beautiful. The realm shakes as the force grows annoyed with Primus. But instead of feeling fear or regret at angering his love, he simply laughs. Ha 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 ha, that's cute. What? What are you talking about? She asks, confused. The shaking has stopped. If you truly know me as you claim to, then you should know that I don't judge someone simply by his or her superficial characteristics. When I say you're beautiful, I mean it truly and thoroughly. So? Why should I be impressed with that? You called that Twi'lek worm pretty as well, and now you think I'm impressed. Love, what's wrong? Why are you? I don't like what I hear. How can you not even make an effort when you stand in front of me after all this time? Why are you so passive and take things in stride? You are so powerful, I have made you powerful. But you sit there, meditate and listen to my rambling as the order you created collapses into itself. Why do you do it? The force has started to grow louder, and the sky darkens further. Thick, black clouds appear and red lightning strikes the ground, as the surroundings grow sinister. Primus can feel the most intense but at the same time pure emotions, and he looks at the force pensively. Something isn't right, but he can't quite place what it is. Then he realizes, the certain someone who prepared this trap for him, has trapped him in the darker aspects of the force. What she is showing now are her darker, more intense emotions. That explains the dark figure, with the lighter colors around her. But amidst the darkness, there are also light spots to be seen. Primus smiles as he understands. Quite clever, Primus utters to himself. What is most important? The Force suddenly asks. The winds have picked up massive speeds and ruffle Primus' clothes. In what sense? He asks her. Am I important? She asks. Primus can sense fear, anxiety, and sadness all around him. Naturally, you are important. You are what moves life itself forward. Without you, there could be no life, Primus says. And am I important to you? She asks. Her voice comes from all around, while her eyes have turned deep red with lightning coming out of them. There is nothing more important to me than you. So what is more important? My life, or yours? The Force asks him. Primus, who has been looking at her the entire time, thinks for a moment and then shakes his head. Mine. Ra. Boom. The Force explodes in anger and rage, striking Primus with a monstrous lightning. His body is charred to a crisp, turning him to ash and leaving nothing behind. However, a second later, he reappears, naked and as an infant. Seeing this, the Force forcefully ages Primus to adolescence and continues her brutal beating. Force storms with the strongest winds cut him apart, black holes tear him to shreds, and big bangs burn him to nothing. He returns over and over again, without explaining himself, and simply accepts her punishment, which is entirely unfounded and exaggerated for anyone else, but him. Why did I bother? Baruhom. What were my feelings worth? Zzzzzzz. You used me. Faruhum asterisk. A massive repulsive force punches a monstrous hole into his body, removing his entire torso. He lies on the ground, and the Force kneels next to him, placing her hand on his chest as it regenerates. Why? Why is your life more important than yours? She asks, crying tears the shape of stars which fall on Primus' face. You still don't know. Know what? She asks. That you are my life. She starts to cry harder. Now regretful of what she did. Primus touches the Force's forehead and reaches through her darker aspects, connecting with the lighter sides, which he has come to know for years now. The Force herself has taught him and uses it in its entirety, so if anyone knows about it, it's Primus. A wave travels through the Force, and all of the different wavelengths connected to darker aspects fuse with those of the lighter ones. She literally becomes whole in his presence. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Haha, it's all right. It was within your darker nature to react this way. Which makes sense, considering we're in the dark side of you right now, Primus says and stands up. He cracks his back and neck. Giving up is not within my nature. I admit, it scratched my pride when you asked me that stupid question. And there is no way, I would just take that in stride and leave without solving our little argument. Little? That's what you call it? What was this for you, a duel? In a way, it was like being invited to partake in a gentleman's duel. And I am nothing, if not a gentleman. Haha, you are unbelievable, Primus, the Force laughs. Come here, Primus says and pulls her close. The emotion has changed. Instead of all those dark ones, anxiety, fear, anger, hatred, now there was only one, which had united all of the others, love, which proves that love is both a part of the light and the darker aspects of the Force. There is tranquility now, calming everything around. I hurt you pretty badly. I'm sorry, she says. You held back. A lot. You truly do know me. Indeed. So, what now? She asks. What do you mean? When are you leaving again? Why? Are you in a hurry or something? Why would I need to leave? I'm not on a timetable, Primus says. And what about the one who trapped you here? And the war going on Tython, the Force asks him. I tried to do what I could to give the Jedi as much leeway and freedom as possible. I taught them what they needed to walk the path we did together. But I made a mistake on that end. Not everyone is like me. No one, in fact. Not even our children are. Which becomes more prevalent as time passes. What is happening now was plotted for a very long time. But I'm not against it. I will clean up Tython and the Jedai when I return. Let them deal with things for now. But what about the division that will happen? I already feel it happening. Once the Jedai go, the Jedi and the Sith will emerge, the Force says. You have the big orchestrator to thank for that. Whenever you are hurt, I'll heal you again. I'll deal with the problems as they arise, and the Jedai won't cease to exist. I'll keep it around, but will be more selective with who is allowed entry. You have been lonely, Primus, the Force says. If a man knows more than others, he becomes lonely. And yet you never complained. You took your life at face value. Being alone is a power that only a few can handle. But why are you talking about that? You have been alone a very long time. Even after the children arrived, you were alone quite quickly as they journeyed through the galaxy. It's the reason why I taught you more and more. Is that so? And I thought you liked to teach. I do. However, I see that you only grew lonelier as a result. It's not what I wanted for you, at least initially, the Force says. You mean before we grew as close as we are? Yes. I wanted what's best for you, but then, when that Twi'lek arrived on Tython. I don't know. I grew jealous. I suddenly hated the fact that you only observed and helped others. I wanted to see you in action, to see you fight and show me what you learned. I noticed. That was quite painful. You got what you wanted in the end. How did I do? Marvelously. A work of art, if anything. You represent me, unlike anyone ever could, the Force says. Yeah, it was fun. But you weren't even trying. Ah, noticed that, did you? I'm not a savage who uses a cannon to hunt rabbits, after all, Primus says. After you leave, you'll be alone again, and so will I. Then come with me. Who cares about the future, we live in the moment. I'll make a body for you. Or I'll come here. As much as I would like that, I can't. If I do this, I want to do it on my own. So I ask you. Would you wait for me, the Force asks. I wouldn't want it any other way. I've been waiting for millions of years, what's a few more? Primus smiles. In the material reality. It has been over a year since Primus disappeared from the material realm and got trapped in the Force. Whomever it was knew what they were doing. Because Primus would not return right away, giving them enough time to go through with the plan. 1 year ago, the Rakatan Infinite Empire first attacked the Tython system. This was much earlier than they would have otherwise attacked. But fear drove them to act. They were losing their connection to the Force, and someone they didn't know told them about Tython. So they attacked. Xesh, once a Force hound and slave to the Rakata, told the Jedai that his masters are also called the Builders by many. And despite what it may seem like, that was the truth. The Jedai, however, have only seen death and destruction. The Rakata savaged the outpost at Fury's Gate, then took the giants, Aubrey and Mar and their moons, before the Jedai blunted their attack on Tython itself. They fell back to Skagora, making their base there. On every world they attacked, the Rakata have enslaved the population and left ruin. The Jedai thought they couldn't do it on their own. This was a war unlike anything they had encountered, even against the despot army. Finally, the Jedai saw themselves forced to create Force sabers made using a crystal, like the Rakata had, instead of relying on what Primus had taught them. Those loyal to Primus and those who were true to the teachings of the Supreme Grand Master refused this, as they saw the potential in using their usual Force sabers. And they are correct. But the rest didn't care. The Jedei Council also didn't care about the concerns of Primus loyalists when they spoke against calling Dagon Lok back from Bogan. The darkness there had been growing continuously as Dagon and his new friend, Xesh, were being trained by his new master. Xesh taught them how to forge the blades of light, channeled by the dark side of the Force. And not only that, they recalled Dagon Lok from Bogan. The division of the Jedei and its ruin, as it existed now, had already begun. Jedei Master Rajivari heads the combined forces of the settled worlds and the Jedei, but Dagon leads the Jedei. The Jedei Council were swayed by Dagon and his ability to give speeches. They were blinded by his grown power, which seemed to have surpassed most of the Jedei who had shown all they could do. They followed him and made him the Jedei Master, General Dagon Lok. __. Everything will be revealed eventually. I know this might have been bad, but I am not a skilled writer. The relationship between the MC and the Force will take more time to develop further. Chapter 30, The Force Wars 3. Third-person POV. The Force War has been going on for a while already, and the Jedei were doing what they could to fight the Rataka. But it wasn't as easy as it was the first time war came to Tython. This time, the enemy was larger, had far more advanced technology and used the dark side of the Force. The Jedei were spread thin, and it was showing. The question was, why did the Rakata decide to attack the Tython system, and more importantly, why now? Primus had his daughter, Captio, develop a way to take away the Rakatan's control and access to the Force. Rakatan Predurskal Nas seeks to reverse his species' gradual loss of control over the Force by acquiring the Infinity Gate, said to exist on the planet Tython. The Infinity Gate is an ancient network of structures developed by the Saurian Qua species of Dathomir during the pre-Republic era. Or so it is believed. The truth is that Primus created it when he was born as a Qua. The discovery gave him immense prestige and fame among the Qua, allowing them to travel vast distances in the galaxy with ease. The Infinity Gates enable instantaneous interstellar travel between far-flung locations and can also be used for something else, but no one knows what that is yet. The Rakata have attacked the space station Fury Station on the edges of the Tython system and subsequently captured both planets, Aubrey and Mar. Tython was defended by the Jedei Order, so the attack on the planet could be repelled. The Infinite Empire set up their current command post on Skagora. The Jedei have foreseen an attack by the Infinite Empire on the planet Shikakwe and have arranged for this to be met at the Ryo Fortress. The Ryo Fortress is Clan Ryo's headquarters on the planet and the seat of power of the clan's crime lord leader, who in this case is Baron Vanos Ryo. The very man who approached Dagon Lok with his undercover mission to kill the despot queen, Hadiya. Flesh raiders are moving through the swampy environment on Shikakwe. They hold a lightsaber in each of their hands, using the dark side of the Force to power them. The Flesh Raiders are a subspecies of the Rakata. Mutated and bred as lower caste soldiers in servitude to the Rakata-ruled Infinite Empire. Picture. Suddenly, behind the small group, the former Force Hound Xesh emerges from the muddy water and attacks the Flesh Raiders. Vroom. His Force Saber, not the one Primus created for the Jedei, cuts through the neck of a Flesh Raider. Xesh has forgotten much of his life as a Force Hound of the Rakata. But he never forgot the Flesh Raiders, which were bred in the thousands and used to kill and consume. Such is the nature of the Rakata. The higher station rules with cruelty over the others, turning them into monstrosities to be used and discarded. Xesh knows what they can do, as he, being a former Force Hound, knows that they are ruthless and relentless. They destroy and consume any living being they come across, and as such, they need to die. Boom! Xesh uses the Force to push the Flesh Raiders against one another and decapitates them, cutting off heads and limbs as he goes along. During the years Xesh has lived among the Jedei and was influenced by Dagon Lok, an even stronger bond was created between him and a Jedei woman. He has come to understand that there is more than only the dark side and that there is the light. Right now, his light approach is mounted on a rancor dragon, Shi-Kota. Jedei Ranger Shikoda rides her Rancor Dragon and intercepts another Force Hound before he can attack Xesh. She felt a connection with Xesh before Primus destroyed his Predator's ship, and he fled to Tython. This connection allows her to pinpoint Xesh's location. She guides her mount towards the mounted Force Hound, who charges towards her. She feels the dark side from him. Through the bond to the Rancor Dragon Butch, she guides him to fly lower suddenly and slashes her lightsaber through the Force Hound's stomach, cutting it up and killing it. The Force Hound jumps on the ground, surviving the fall and attacking Xesh. "Traitor!" he shouts in anger. They clash, but Xesh used to be the best Force Hound of the Rakata. He uses the force to push his feet aside and then knocks the lightsaber aside, impaling him in the process. Xesh. Run! Ftunk ftunk! Beboom! 3 Rakatan Annihilators have arrived. These are large walkers used by the Infinite Empire in their conquest. Their shape is similar to the Star Forge, and like most of their vehicles. The central sphere fires destructive beams of energy fueled by the dark side and deals massive destruction to any world it lands on. Picture. Rakatan Annihilators. Locke, you've found the main Rakatan position. You need to call down an airstrike, Xesh says as they run away. But their position is now our position. Too much fog and too much smoke. Our fighters will never be able to tell who is who, Locke answers. No. But without it, we stand no chance. Do you know what the Rakata do to defeated enemies? Enslaved. No. They eat you, after they cook you alive. They run forward but stop abruptly, as they almost run into a man. They know the man's race, as Locke has years of experience with one of them. This is a Veridaran. The Veridaran looks at the Rakatan Annihilators. His eyes flash with a cyan light and his presence fills the area. Dagon Locke and Xesh feel the Veritaran's power through the Force, his presence alone shines in the Force and affects the surroundings. Who are you? Xesh asks. The Veritaran doesn't answer and observes the Rakatan Annihilators. The two look at him and frown. After a moment, Locke grows angry and impatient. What are you waiting for? They are killing us, he. Silence, you failure of the Jedei way. Lumen will not bother himself with a power-hungry and mentally weak creature like you. Now move, Lumen will do what he does best. The Veritaran takes a step forward and raises his arms. A wave of power travels forward as he takes control of the 3 Annihilators and stops their movement. The Rakata inside the spheres attempt to force their technology and aim their weapons at Lumen. They fire their destructive energy weapons at the Veritaran, but all he does is fluidly move his hands. Boom boom boom. The 3 beams of energy move around Lumen and impact the ground behind him. But he's not finished, he lifts the Annihilators in the air and turns them around. Then he claps his hands loudly. The 2 Annihilators on the sides follow his movement and crash into the one in the middle. Krasboom. Lumen grabs his walking stick and watches as the wreckage falls to the ground. He nods his head and moves forward, disappearing into the mist and smoke. In the Ryo fortress, Jedei Rajivari oversees the battle. No, Master Ketu, the battle is far from certain. Although the seers predicted the direction of the attack, they couldn't predict the numbers. Something is constantly disrupting their senses and predictability. We are uncertain what it is. Win or lose, we will have a high number of casualties, Rajivari says to the hologram. Keep me apprised of the situation there, Master Rajivari. Tython is massing forces for defense should Shikakwe be captured. And we seem to have help from ancient times as well. We may yet win this war. In what way, Master Ketu? Rajivari asks. Veritarans were seen on the battlefield across the Tython system. They are dealing great damage to the Rakata Infinite Empire's war effort. The Veritarans? That's a myth, is it not? Sigh, still you don't trust the Force and call yourself a Jedei. Ketu out. Volnos Ryo arrives in the room. My generals report that the battle is not going well. Know this, Rajivari, if Ryo fortress falls, so will Shikakwe. Volnos Ryo says. Lord Ryo, we repelled the Rikutan attack on Tython, and we will prevail here, Rajivari answers. Ujedei couldn't prevent the fall of Skagora. No, and many Jedei fell in that battle, but that was before the settled worlds took the Rikutan threat seriously, and before the ancient leaders of our order started supporting us. Now, all the settled worlds have united with the Jedei, and if what Master Ketus says is true, the Veridurans have also arrived. We will defeat the enemy here, Rajivari says. ZZZKKKTT, Rajivari. This is General Locke. ZZZKKKTT, repeat. Encountered main Rikutan army ZZZKKKTT, Veriduran blunted their attack ZZZKKKTT, all units converge on me. Now. We must ZZZKKKTT, this chance. ZZZKKKTT. Acknowledged. Masters Tave, Chuanzhang, Madag, bring your units to Master Locke's position. We will determine the battle's outcome there. Rajivari tells the other Jedei through the comms. Acknowledged. Master Chuanzhang, summon your beasts. All units attack. Above the battlefield, in Shikakwe's sky, a Rikutan flagship is staying. On it, Sub-Predator General Selet, the current battle leader of Shikakwe, is in contact with Predurskal NAS. Picture. Our attack was broken before it began, Predurskal NAS. Our supposed victims knew about it before we arrived and penned us in the accursed swamp. Not only that, I have lost contact with 3 of our annihilators. All in the span of a few moments, Selet says. The Infinite Empire knows only victory, Sub-Predator Selet. Half our troops are dead, and the attack is stalled. And another type of enemy has arrived, capable of dealing with our heavy weaponry with seeming ease. I defy you to get a victory with that. You defy me, little sub? There are all kinds of victories, Selet. In a war of attrition, we will ultimately win. Pull our troops back to our main base on Skagora. Let the Flesh Raiders cover the withdrawal. You and I, we will talk more on your return. As you. Well. Would you look at that, a new voice says. The Sub-Predator and the Predator on the screen look at the alien of an unknown nature and race. It is all black, and its eyes shine in a dark red light. Who are you? What is it you WAKK? Sub-Predator Selet is force-choked and lifted into the air. Predurskal NAS looks at the scene in apathy and observes the stranger as it kills his subordinate with ease and crushes the Rikutan's body into a ball of flesh. Now, we're alone. Shall we have a talk? The alien asks with a grin. Who are you and what is it you want from the Infinite Empire? A talk of strategy, shall we? He. Primus and the Force are lying on a large bed made of comfortable force clouds, next to one another. Both are, undressed, in a way. This has been a long time coming for both of them, and since they won't see each other for a while, this was a priority. In a way, the two of them connected through this on an even deeper level than before. You should go, no? The Force asks. No. Primus. I don't see why I should go back there. It's so bothersome to deal with the scheming type, Primus says. And what about the Ricotta? You do remember what they did to dearest Cleo, don't you? Right. I did say they would perish, didn't I? Oh, well. No time like the present, Primus says and is about to stand up, but the Force stops him. One moment. We won't see each other for years. I want to enjoy this a while longer. Sure. Tell me, Primus, what are you going to do after? Do you have a plan? Indeed. After I have taken care of everything, gotten rid of the Ricotta and removed the Dark Jedi and Jedi from the Jedei Order, I will purge the Tython system of its filth. It is time I take matters into my own hands, Primus says and places a kiss on her head. An empire, she asks. In a way, yes. Complete freedom hasn't worked out at all. The politics have turned our Jedi Order into a replica of the future Jedi Order, and that bothers me. I'll not allow that anymore. Hee, I'm glad. What about afterwards? Any plans? The Force asks. I'll reincarnate again. Oh, is it time finally? She asks, interested. It is. You have told me about taking action, and you're right. I will go ahead and experience different races, which I haven't yet. It'll be fun, I'm sure. And I'll be there with you, the Force coos. All right, my love. If I don't leave now, I'll never leave. So let's rip off the plaster quickly, Primus says and stands up. They look at one another for a long time. Words pass between them without either uttering a single word. Finally, they express their intense emotions through a kiss. When Primus opens his eyes, he finds himself on Rakata Prime, the place used to trap him. Caei. Primus sighs and smiles. Shaking his head, he gets his head back in the game. All right then, adequate effort. This arc is about to come to a close. New adventures coming soon. Chapter 31, The Force Wars 4. I am happy to announce that this story is back. There are some cool and interesting things I have planned for Primus. I hope there are some of you still interested in this. Primus looked around. He was currently on Rakata Prime and still had something to complete. He rose into the air using the Force. He floated higher and higher until he saw half of the planet at once. From that height, he couldn't make out small details, but that didn't matter. He had long abandoned the need to see with his eyes. All he wanted to know, he already did. Years ago, when he was younger, Primus used the Force to create a planet. The planet Veriterra was made, and from that, the Veritines emerged. To do that, Primus had to use all of his power at the time and gathered galactic dust and energy to create Veriterra. He combined it with his own energy to basically become the planet's father and the Force its mother. Now, after so many years had passed, he had grown a bit stronger. Primus spread his arms and took control of the planet. From the monstrous star forges sucking energy into them from the stars, over the large buildings on the ground, to the smallest of grass stems, Primus locked everything. And a moment later, everything started to dissolve into small dust particles and rejoined the rest of the galaxy. The ground dissolved, and all the materials used for construction were returned to their original state of entropy. The gravitational and other fundamental forces were momentarily in disarray until Primus solved the issue and calmed everything down again. After a bit over a day, Rakata Prime, the home world and origin of the Rakata, disappeared from the galaxy as if it had never existed in the first place. Seeing that everything was completed, Primus nodded and pushed through space-time, leaving that spot. In the Tython system, the remaining bulk of the Rakata had arrived. Predurskal had set his eyes on the Infinity Gate located on Tython and, for that purpose, had captured Dagan Lok and Xesh. Dagan Lok told the Rakatan leader what he saw in his vision that day when he entered the chasm of Anil-Kesh. He told him about the limitless planets and how it seemed as if he were falling. That's what Skal-Nas wanted. He wanted access to the Infinity Gate to travel the galaxy and find a cure to his species' disease that slowly took away their Force sensitivity. What he didn't know was that it wouldn't matter. Primus had decreed that all Rakata would die, and that's what would happen. Dagan Lok, understand that this battle is a mere diversion to my true goal. The chasm. I will go there, and you will lead me, and then I will get access to the Infinity Gate, Skal-Nas said. You are so arrogant to think that you are the strongest here. But don't worry, your eyes will be opened soon, Dagan Lok said, earning a kick to his ribs from the predator. Such arrogance, even in the face of defeat. You stand at my feet and are about to lick my boots, and yet you claim to be the strong. With their army in retreat from the Rakata on Skagora, the Jedei had returned to defend Tython, their home, and the temple of Anilkesh. You want to jump into the chasm? I'd be glad to help. I'd even give you a push, Dagon laughed. This earned him another kick from the impatient predator. Arrogant Jedei. You will tell me the secret way that you found your way into the chasm. Skulnas demanded. No. No. This is not my vision, this is not what I saw, what my master told me. Enough of this, we depart to Tython. Jedei fighters culled the Rakatan ships until they fell from Tython's skies like rain. But the fighting continued on the ground as the Rakatan soldiers clashed with the growing unbalanced Jedei order. The dark sabers, as the Rakatan had introduced, and Daganlok pushed the Jedei to create, only worked through the use of the dark side. This was something a large part of the Jedei order didn't like and preferred to stay close to Ashla, the light. Python reacted to the massive energy released by all the deaths. Force storms formed, and the grounded trembled. What none seemed to know or remember was that Tython was special because of its unique origin. It reacted to any form of change in the force, and this negativity and death, as well as the growing division amongst the Jedei, were influencing it. And not in a good way. The Jedei had known war, but nothing like what they experienced at that moment. There was no balance left, only the dark side and those who refused to use it, and therefore didn't help. Force storms ripped at the sky, making Tython rock and split, as it reacted to the violence. Through the dark chaos that raged, one of the Jedei by the name of She sensed a more intense mode of darkness. One that she knew. Xesh. She recognized the signature as the former force hound of the Rakatan predator. Her feelings for him were strong, making her fly towards him, into the chasm. Daganlok had brought Predator Skulnas and Xesh deep into the chasm beneath Anilkesh by secret passageways, avoiding the battle raging above. This is it. Yes, Yeez. I can feel the energy crawling upward. Skulnas said. I sense a barrier within the chasm, my predator. They call this barrier the Chaos Wall. It is where Jedei are driven mad, Xesh said. Xesh had been brainwashed into returning to Skulnas' side as his slave. Not just Jedei. Those without the force came back catatonic or dead. Droids we sent had their circuits fried. Even the exploratory beam from Anilkesh can't penetrate chaos. Haha, it is said that the Supreme Grand Master could venture here, but who knows for sure. Never had a Rakata jump into the chasm before. Like to see you try it. My predator, Dagan joked. Weak-minded Jedei. You have spent millennia on Tython with access to the galaxy within your grasp and have still not learned the truth. At the bottom of the chasm is an infinity gate, the Prime Gate. It is a portal to all worlds and needs no other gate. It can take me anywhere in the galaxy. Rakatan legends speak of it and the way past the barrier. Xesh, plant in your mind the sigil carved into the though you. That and nothing else, that is the key to passage through. No. Xesh. Stop him. Dagan shouted. You will descend with me, hound, Skulnas said. What of Locke? Xesh asked. He cannot escape Rakatan shackles. Leave him to the swarming flesh raiders and his destiny. In Anilkesh's halls, Turs and Tasha of the Jedei held a holocron in their hands. I am channeling the force through the holocron to you, Tasha. Can you sense anything? Turs asked. Yes, Turs, yes. A glimmer. It expands. Tasha said. On top of the holocron, a figure appeared. The individual was a Qua, an ancient species that held incredible knowledge but had essentially died out by then. Or so the galaxy thought. Greetings to you who managed to open this holocron. You must be quite desperate to resort to this. I am Primus of the Qua, the last of the Tython Qua, master of this holocron. Ask, foolish child, and I might guide you. Master Primus, why is your name similar to the Supreme Grand Master of our Jedi Order? Turs asked. It is not just similar, it is the same. I am the one who founded the Jedi Order. But is this truly the reason you activated this holocron? Are there not other more pressing matters to discuss? So the Supreme Grand Master has the capability to switch from one species to another? Tasha asked. Not in the way you are thinking. I am unwilling to answer further questions about myself, since I am uncertain how I have changed over the years. Should you so desire, you may ask the current reincarnation of me. Very well. Master Primus. The reason for activating this holocron is the Rakata. They have landed on Tython and are attacking. We seek your wisdom, Turs asked. The Rakata have arrived on Tython? How peculiar. However, the purpose of this holocron is at last fulfilled. It is time for Tython to awaken. The holocron began to glow brightly, and lightning danced across it, zapping Turs and pushing him back. Tasha, on the other hand, stayed connected to it. Tasha. Turs was worried. No. It's all right. I understand. Turs. I sense her now. Tython is awake. The Supreme Grand Master, he's. Bring the holocron to the lowest level of the Temple of Anilkesh. And what then? Turs asked. We shall see. Meanwhile, Dagon Locke, who had been chained and left above the chasm, was surrounded by Rakatan grunts. They surrounded him and were ready to kill and consume him. But he was ready for them. He had been trained in the use of the dark side by an unknown master and had become more powerful in the process. He used Force Lightning to kill one of the Rakata and took his Force Saber from him, swinging it and killing the herd that tried to kill him. He was skilled and used aggressive forms to crush the Rakata. Yes. That's more like it. This is what I saw in my vision. What my master promised. This is who I am. Invincible. Unstoppable. He decapitated Rakata after Rakata, killing them with ease and feeding off their negative emotions. A sudden energy bolt shot past his head, killing a Rakatan who tried to sneak up on Dagon. Seknos. By the rift. How did you find me here? Dagon asked. I wasn't looking for you. I sensed XESH in the Force in a rather concerning dark presence, which I thought was you. I came here to kill him, Seknos said. Get in line. If anyone's killing XESH, it's me. Whoever kills the most Rakatan raiders gets first strike. Seknos suggested. Deal, Dagon grinned. As they were killing raiders by the dozen, she arrived as well. XESH. Where's XESH? I tracked him here. She said. Good to see you alive, too, she. I also tracked XESH here but only found Locke. XESH and Predurskal Nas went into the chasm, looking for something he called an infinity gate. Skal Nas says it's a portal to the galaxy. Locke explained. No. We have to stop him. She roared. She jumped into the chasm, but Locke followed, seizing his opportunity. No, you don't. Not without me, he said. Locke. This is my fight. Go back. She said. You need me. I know how to get through the barrier, Locke said and placed his hand on She's head. He showed her how to use the Force to open the gate and get through to XESH and the Predator. The sigil on the Thoye. Focus on the sigil. Keep it and only it in your mind. Skal Nas said it was the only way past the barrier. Arg. Get out of my head. That feels like worms crawling through my mind. I hate you, Locke, she said. It's mind twist, but a nice one. You can thank me later, Dagon Locke smiled. Further down, XESH and Predurskal Nas made it through the barrier by keeping the sigil on the Thoye in their mind. The energy storm swirled around and inside Xesh as it wanted to repel him and pull him in, descending him into madness all at the same time. But they finally managed to get through. At last, the Predator celebrated. The Infinity Gate, a prime gate leading everywhere, needing no other gate to complete the journey. Through it lies the galaxy and ultimate power. Through it I will renew the Rakata and rule the infinite empire. And just above the barrier, where chaos reigned, Locke and she were about to break through, or descend into madness, one of the two. Focus on the sigil I've put in your mind, she. Command the beast carrying us to obey me now, I will put it into her mind too. Locke said. Get out of my mind, Locke. Get out, or I'll throw you off, Butch, and you can fall the rest of the way. And stay away from Butch, she said angrily. I can feel the darkness in your mind, girl. Good. Good. There is power there. You've gotten darker, tougher. I like it. You can increase your power with anger. Think of how Xesh betrayed you, betrayed a lot of the Jedi. Locke spoke. He didn't, not deliberately. That Rakata Nas has Xesh under his thrall. She argued. I can feel your emotions, she Coda. Like everyone you love deeply, Xesh has abandoned you. Like your parents did, dying in a battle they should have won, if the Supreme Grand Master had bothered to show up and help the order he represented. Like Mesh, you gave him your heart, and he has betrayed you, hasn't he? A tear escaped She's eye. Finally, they passed the barrier, Locke having managed to manipulate She to do his bidding. They arrived at the very bottom of the chasm, where the dormant Infinity Gate lay like a cosmic lake, pulsing with heat and power. Nas. It's time, Predator. Time that I killed you. Locke shouted as he jumped off Butch, the flying beast. Away with you, slave. Die. The Rakata shouted and sent force lightning towards Dagon Locke. But Locke had experience with force lightning and had trained to endure and deflect it using a force saber. He swatted it away and scoffed at the lack of power. You wouldn't know, of course, but I've had experience killing arrogant warlords full of their own pride. Locke jumped and slashed his force saber down, forcing the Predator to block the attack. The power behind the strike surprised Nas as he had never felt like it in his life. But he didn't care about it now. The strange being had told him what he had to do, and he would. The power of the Infinity Gate was to be his, and this insignificant slave couldn't do anything about it. He didn't care about the deal he had struck with the being that killed his sub-predator, he would take what he wanted. Pathetic whelp. These warlords you speak of were not Rakata, and they were not me. You are nothing, slave. Nothing but meat for my table, Nas roared. Force sabers, journeyers' toys. I have nastier weapons with which to play, Locke stated and expressed his immense hatred through the force, pressing down on the Rakata. On the other side of the dormant Infinity Gate, Xesh fought She. You should not have followed me down here, She, Xesh said and slashed at her. She dodged his attack and jumped over another strike. Her feelings for him were still present and amplified by the moment. You won't kill me, Xesh. I can sense the conflict within you. This isn't you. She said. You were wrong about me. I know who I am. Nas restored my memories, all of them. I know who I am and everything I have done. I was more than a slave. I was a willing participant, destroyer of worlds, bringer of death. His rage and desperation intensified as he tried to kill She, or so he told himself. He was convinced that his mind was clear and that he knew who he was, not realizing that it had been the Predator who had manipulated him and turned him into a slave once more. No. I took you into my heart. Now look into your own. I know what you felt. We shared a bond that was real. Don't lie to yourself or me. The Rakata only ever showed you the dark side. It was all that you were allowed to see. When exposed to the light side of Ashla, you drank of it like a man dying of thirst. She deflected his strike and used force push to create distance to converse with him, rather than fight. No matter what the Rakata have done to you, I know that at the core of your being, you are not Xesh, the slave. You are Tao. Choose your own path. You are more than just a force hound. If Skulnas tells you differently, then he is a liar. While the fight between She and Xesh was one of truths and lies, of understanding the self and seeing through the fog of lies, the fight between Daganlok and the Predator Skulnas was one of pure hatred and desire to gain power. Daganlok used mind twist on the Rakata and entered his mind. What is this? Skulnas asked. Me crawling around in your mind. Do you like it, Rakata? Lok asked. However, things suddenly changed. Drastically. Welcome, Skulnas said and grinned. Oh no. No. Lok said in panic. Oh, yes. Become me. Enjoy my memories, all the deaths in the force that I have experienced. I devoured some of my victims as they died. Taste what I am and despair, little Jedai. Daganlok witnessed the deaths and was forced to relieve everything the Predator had done. He tasted the flesh of his victims and the emotions he felt as he killed and devoured them. The sadistic nature of the Rakata and their deep connection to the dark side was corrupting him further. Let go of me. Let go of my mind. Lok screamed. Too nasty for you, slave. I'll release you, the Predator said and stabbed him. He looked across the battlefield and saw Xesh fighting with She. He was disgusted and enraged that he had been interrupted. Hound! Stop playing with your kill. Finish her. We have work to do, he commanded. You stand at a crossroads. You can be Xesh, the hound, the slave, or you can be Tao, the free man. Bound to the past, or open to the future. It is your choice. She shouted. Their fight was interrupted by a rumbling and release of massive amounts of energy coming from the Infinity Gate. The Predator had turned it on. Yes. The gate is mine to command. My weapon to shatter worlds. I am the infinite empire and the galaxy belongs to me. Skulnas roared. Tasha and Turs had finally made it to the lowest level of the Temple of Anilkesh. Master Primus. We have brought your holocron here as you asked. Now, please, we need to know why, Turs said. The appearance of the Rakata on Tython has triggered the specific sequence I installed millennia ago in this holocron. It would appear that the Jedai order has failed, and it is time to awaken the Thoyu. For this to happen, though, a Jedai who still represents balance. What do you mean the Jedai order has failed, Master? What is happening? The arrival of the Rakata could only happen if the balance was broken. The natural habitat and the power of the Jedai order should have repelled them, and if not, the Supreme Grand Master should have easily dealt with them. The fact that he didn't tells me that he allows this to happen. Therefore, the Jedai order has deviated from the balance. That's impossible. The Jedai order can't have failed. There are still those of us who are in balance and practice it. Why would the Jedai order be considered a failure? Turs asked. That is something you have to ask the Supreme Grand Master. Now, a Jedai seer would normally be required for this. But are you still in balance, girl? I feel your emotions, you are conflicted. So what will it be? Master Primus, I am no longer a seer, nor a Jedai. The Rakatan Force Hound Xesh blinded my eyes and blinded me to the Force. Tasha said. Blinded? I wonder what my reincarnation has been teaching you children. Blinded is not the same as severed. The Force flows through all living beings, and it flows through you still. To think that you didn't realize this, how sad. You can be reunited with the Force so that you may awaken the Thoyu, but it will cost you your mortal shell. No. There must be some other way. Use me. Turs said. No, Ters. You are not a seer. If there was another way, I know Primus would tell us, Tasha said. Well. What? Is there another way? Ters asked. There is another way, sure. By tapping into your connection to the Force, you can align your spiritual self with the Force and awaken the Thoya that way. That's great. Let's do that. Wait, Ters. I sense that there is more, Tasha said. Indeed. You would need enough power to awaken and then power all the Thoya on your own. The cost of the power this would require is not something you have access to. Not even slightly. Moving a planet would be easier. Moving a planet. It's all right, Ters. This is our darkest hour. Jedi are fighting and dying to save Tython. All are doing what they have been called to do. How could I do less? Tasha asked. I will miss you, Tasha Ryo. In the Force, we Jedi are never apart, Ters. Chapter 32, The Force Wars v. Down in the deepest chasm, the Infinity Gate was activated, revealing its incredible technological might. Combining the Force with technology, Primus had indeed created a way to travel all over the universe at any moment and whenever or wherever he pleased. Using this, the Rakata could rule across space and time, with limitless resources at their disposal. Behold the universe! Sklnas roared. She! Surrender, or you will die here. The gate is open. There is nothing you can do to stop Sklnas now. Xesh shouted. No, I can't stop him. All I can do is forgive you, Tao, without condition. Forgive not only what you have done to me, but to others. And hope you can forgive yourself. That is what it means to love someone. Before Xesh could make a decision, Sklnas struck she down using Force Lightning. Must I do your work, Hound? He asked. That Jedi creature was a fool. You are a Force Hound, servant of the dark. Look within yourself to see the truth. Love is nothing. Love is a lie. Power is everything. With the gate at my command, I am power. My Rakatan Empire will truly be infinite. Everyone else will be either a slave like you or dead like her. Seeing his love lying on the ground, Xesh finally snapped and attacked the predator. You are meat! He shouted. Disloyal whelp! Traitor! I will give you the ending all traitors deserve, Hound! Death! Meanwhile, deep within Anilkesh, Tasha grabbed the holocron and floated above the chasm, where the energy flowed most intensely. Act now, girl! Or it will be too late. Yes! She jumped into the air above the chasm, bathing in the energy and preparing for what was to come. She reconnected with the Force and was ecstatic. Ters! Can you feel it? Primus spoke the truth. I am one with the Force again, one with Tython, one with the Thoya. I now understand why Primus created the Thoya, and R. A deep red blade pierced Ters from behind. A wave of the foulest, darkest energy washed over Tasha and Ters, and in the next moment, his mind was overwhelmed, plunged into darkness, and absorbed. No! Tasha screamed in pain as she felt the being who had just killed her lover and radiated the most evil aura she had ever felt. The Force saber looked like molten lava and even seemed to drip dark side energy. I'm afraid I must interrupt this process here, the creature said. The Qua version of Primus in the holocron tilted his head. Veridaran? What are you doing here? And why are you so far plunged into the dark side? Veridaran! Tasha exclaimed in shock. It was true, the person standing there was indeed one of the Veridarans, children of Primus and the Force in a sense. He, like all his brothers and sisters, was a humanoid whose eyes shone in the color of their current emotion. But unlike his brothers and sisters, his eyes were deep red. His presence in the Force was so oppressive that Tasha had a hard time breathing. And it got worse. Would you be so kind as to come over here, the varied around said. Tasha was force-choked, feeling as though millions of needles were piercing her neck and was pulled out of the energy above the chasm. Slowly, the varied around choked the life out of her, with a savage smile on his face. "I'll be taking this holocron, thank you, dear," he said. Then he clenched his fist and crushed Tasha's body, squeezing the life out of her. He took a deep breath and inhaled Tasha's essence. His eyes shone greatly as he did that, and his power pulsed momentarily. "Now, then. Shall we?" he asked the holocron. He took Tasha's place and, drawing on the holocrons and his own energy, awakened the Thoyui. Massive amounts of energy were released from the temple of Anilkesh. Each energy wave spread from Anilkesh to every other Thoyui, across Tython, connecting them. As a result, the Thoyui were weaponized and used as massive cannons. In another timeline, this would have been used to destroy all the starfighters and ships of the Infinite Empire, effectively ending the war, but not this time. This time, it was used to achieve the opposite purpose. The orange energy beams of light, fired from various ports on the surface of the Thoyui, turned against the Jedei vessels all across the Tython system and allowed total invasion of the Rakuten Infinite Empire. Seeing the result of his actions, the varied around smiled. "All according to plan," he said. "Now, let's see what my little apprentice does." Right at the Infinity Gate, Rakuten Predurskal Nas was fighting the former Force Hound Xesh. And it wasn't looking good. Xesh used the anger he felt towards the being who he thought had killed his love. But the Predator was well versed in the use of the dark side and was not only keeping up with him, but slowly overwhelming him with experience. That was until Daganlok stirred and pushed himself up. She appeared to help him when he touched her. He reached out and absorbed her vitality and energy from her, healing his wound. "Arg, what are you?" "Sorry about that, she. But I need to get back in there," Locke grinned. So while she fell to her knees in weakness, Locke stood back up, grabbed a force saber and charged back in. He attacked Skull Nas, using all of the training he had up to this point. His master had contacted him and told him that it was time. If he wanted to prove his worth, he would have to do it now. Greatness, glory, and power awaited Daganlok should he succeed here. The Infinity Gate, so his master had told him, was the true reason for all of this. The arrival of the Rakuten and the reason why he acted all weak and pathetic in front of others was all for this moment. To have the Predator come here and activate the Infinity Gate. Locke's master hadn't told him why they needed the Rakuten and why he couldn't do it himself, but he didn't ask questions. His master's power was absolute, and he knew he wanted that. He would have to prove himself worthy of such power. Working with Xesh, Locke overwhelmed Skull Nas using the power of the Force. He fired Force Lightning at the Predator, applying all of his accumulated hatred into it and slashed his Force Saber through the Rakuten's stomach. Kya-ya! The Predator was finally defeated and fell through the Infinity Gate. Xesh stood next to Locke, breathing hard and looking at the disappearing corpse of Skull Nas as he fell through infinity and landed somewhere in the universe. Faruom. Cock, KKK. Why? Xesh asked. Locke looked at him with an evil smile on his face, as he pierced Xesh with his Force Saber. Another part of his plan. He had to get rid of all who saw the Infinity Gate. "Your services are no longer used, slave." "Nu. Tau!" she shouted in anguish. Locke blocked her weak strike and slashed her arm. The attack forced her to let go of the Force Saber and disarm her. Daganlok grinned and grabbed her face, bringing it closer to his own. He stared into her eyes. "Such fire, how desirable," he said and forcefully kissed her. As he did so, he imprinted her mind with the hidden seal he had implanted earlier when he merely showed her the way to bypass the barrier. "We won, she. Can you see?" She tried to fight it, but her mind was slowly being forced into obedience and slavery. She was losing her free will. This could only work since she hadn't used her power to force Locke out of her mind when she had the chance. The situation required her to know the way past the barrier. Locke had manipulated and used her from the very beginning. The Infinity Gate is active and usable for us. The Rakata are about to die when my master chooses, and the Jedi are split and ready to change their ways. Do you think we are safe? I doubt it. Flesh raiders and sub-predators are still around and roam Tython. I have been shown the truth, the way to greater heights in the use of the Force. NNNGG. The Supreme Grand Master is weak. He has been lying to us all. The truth is to embrace your desires and break the shackles that bind us, like morality. Those with power can do whatever they want, just look at the Supreme Grand Master. He has founded the Jedi Order simply because he is powerful, and we take it as a fact. But I won't any longer. I will take power into my own hands and carve a way through blood. He looked at she, who was just about fully gone at this point. And you will join me. The darkness in the chasm grew, and from it, the same Veridaran walked out who had killed 2 Jedi before. Feeling his arrival, Locke immediately knelt on the ground. Greetings, Master. I wasn't aware that you would arrive at this time, he said. My apprentice. You have done well. It seems that our prize is finally within reach. Yes, Master. However, the Veridaran looked thoughtful. What is it, Master? Is something still missing? Locke asked. There is indeed something missing. Can't you feel it? The great disturbance in the air? Tython is changing according to the reigning power base on the planet. I have delayed the Supreme Grand Master as long as I could, but he will be here shortly. If you truly want to prove your worth, you will take back the planet from the Rakata who still linger there and become the hero you were always meant to be. Then I shall destroy all the remaining Rakata, my master. But the Veridaran held up his hand. Not so fast, my eager apprentice. This doesn't just require a fight against the Rakata, but against the very corrupt system of the Jedi Order itself. What do you mean, Master? You need to purge those among the Jedi who stand in your way. In the way of the true path in the Force. Ashla is weak and has to be eradicated. Those who strictly follow the light need to die, and those weaklings who can't choose sides and remain balanced too. You mean, kill all my friends, those who were close to me and fought beside me? Locke asked. Indeed. All of them. Every single Jedi not embracing the dark side, including your friends, is now an enemy. Do what must be done, Dagon Locke. Do not hesitate, show no mercy. Yes, my master. What followed this could only be described as the saddest chapter in the history of the Jedi, the most tragic, and maybe the last. Dagon Locke, on his quest to eliminate the weakness from the Jedi Order and replace it with strength and followers of the dark side, launched his attacks and gathered like-minded people. With she at his side, he used the power of the Infinity Gate to gather resources and manpower. The Frost Wars had entered their final and most brutal stage. Faced with this large and dangerous force of dark side users, those who always had their concerns about the balance and the fact that they had to touch Bogan, created a new faction of purely light side users. A tiny group remained unwilling to join either of the other two groups. They trusted in the power and foresight of the Supreme Grand Master, despite what they had seen up to this point. And finally, the time had come. Enough! A deep voice rang in everyone's minds, rattling their brains and eroding their confidence. They felt physical and spiritual pain, holding both their heads and chests and screaming out. Dagon Locke was one of the most affected by this. His alignment had shifted further toward the darkness his master had taught him for years, and for some reason, he felt its effect most. But the Rakata were hit hard as well. The sub-predators got the most out of all of his species, since they were the ones who were the strongest in the dark side. That was when he appeared, the one who had founded the Jedi, the listener, the one who communicated with the Force first, Primus. His mere presence rippled through the force and suppressed those around him. His most casual look sent shivers down the spine of the Rakata and made Daganlok piss himself. Finally, "You are here," Daganlok said. "Indeed. I'm here," Primus said. He looked around, feeling the state Tython was in. The time spent in the dark side of the force, the trap set had cost him a lot. The Jedai were now irreparably fractured, and while that wasn't what Primus wanted initially, it was what it was, and he would make do. Everyone had chosen their position in this debate, and that was all Primus needed to know. Daganlok charged forward, using all of his power and slashed at Primus. He still remembered the first time he attacked Primus during his time as an undercover agent on the Despot Queen's side. That time, he had been dismantled and utterly defeated. But this time, he was sure that things were different. He had grown immensely powerful. His eyes were wide in shock, however. All of his movement ceased at once, before he could touch Primus. The Supreme Grand Master looked at Locke and shook his head in disappointment. Pathet. Before he could say anything, Daganlok exploded. Bibruuam. A monstrous explosion interrupted Primus. The force had warned him late this time, being interrupted by a dark influence. The body of Daganlok had imploded with such power that it could have blown up a continent without a problem. And it had detonated in Primus' face. Thanks to his immense power, though, he managed to reduce the damage. However, he realized that those around him and Tython would suffer through this and used the force to contain the blast, suffering great damage instead. "Ha, turning your apprentice into a bomb, really, Daker? He, what can I say, I like to play the long game, father." The Veritarian stepped through the crowd, dropping his illusion and standing a distance away from Primus. The Supreme Grand Master had suffered great wounds, his entire right side was badly burned and charred, with only one arm remaining. But he was slowly healing. Far slower than he should have, though. Something Primus noted. "All this for what?" Primus asked. "Isn't that obvious? For power. You yourself taught us that we had to find our way forward. That each one of us had to realize the path to greater understanding. And I have found mine," Daker said. "By orchestrating all of this? Taking a mentally damaged man as your apprentice, teaching him the dark and twisted lies and half-truths, making him your willing slave and using the Rakata to wage war. How did you like my trap on Rakata Prime?" Daker grinned. "That was quite clever. But also incredibly stupid. You should have calculated that I would get out," Primus said. "Oh, I did. But I also knew that you wouldn't harm Mother and that would give me more than enough time to accomplish what I needed on Tython. The Infinity Gate. Bingo. You got it. Why do you need it? The galaxy is open to you and your brothers and sisters. You know that it's worthless, and I can close it whenever I choose. I know that as well. But it was a means to another end," Daker revealed. "My true magnum opus, within another magnum opus, if you will." "And what could that be?" Primus asked. Daker pointed his finger at his father. "You." No one said anything. The tension was thick, rising steadily. One of the most powerful species in the galaxy, if not the most powerful species, the Veritarians weren't supposed to pick sides. Primus knew that this might happen at some point, and since the Force hadn't warned him about it specifically, he didn't bother about it. He taught each of them all they needed to stand on their own 2 feet. But to see one of his children descend this far into a dark hole was hurtful for Primus. "I always told you that there was almost nothing that you children could do. But among the greatest ones was that I forbade you ever to take something from your mother forcefully," Primus said. What does it matter now? I did what I did to rise and grow further. I did what you taught us, or what you failed to teach us. You deliberately hid the power one gains by committing to one side. But I figured it out. And now, here we are. What gives you the confidence to stand before me like this, son?" Primus asked, feeling that there was a great trap all around. His danger sense was warning him greatly. And that meant something. Normally, that shouldn't happen considering Primus' power. The reason I needed the Infinity Gate was for the limitless amounts of energy it provided, Dacre revealed. Primus narrowed his eyes. He sensed deep within the chasm and understood what Dacre had done. No. But it was too late. Dacre snapped his fingers and detonated the powerful force-enhanced charges he had placed around the Infinity Gate. The charges detonated, ripping the hinges that held the Infinity Gate together. This caused a chain reaction. The infinite energy contained through space-time that the Infinity Gate could access poured through. But at the same time, the gate's powerful suction force started to pull everything in. The Infinity Gate acted like a black and white hole at the same time. Realizing what was going on, Primus spread his arms and used all of his power at once. His monstrously immense power surged outwards and enveloped the entire planet of Tython. Each little grain, each atom that made up the planet and the people on it, was stabilized and protected, while the black and white holes were contained and also stabilized, preventing the destruction. Ha 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 ha. Oh! My! Force! You truly are powerful, Father. To think that you could truly do this. Dacre laughed at the outrageous spectacle he was witnessing. This is perfect. I was hoping you'd do this, Father. This was the goal from the start. Allow me to introduce the final act of my plan. Faced with the task of holding everything together, Primus couldn't do anything about what happened. All of the ricotta on the planet, no matter where they were, suddenly turned into flesh and blood. They were crushed by Dacre's use of the force, and their blood spilt on the ground. The blood started to move in very specific patterns on the ground, until it looked as though they were huge runes on the ground. As soon as all of the flesh and blood had been placed correctly, the runes started to shine with red lightning. The lightning penetrated Tython and flowed into the waiting palm of Dacre. The lightning condensed further and further, growing larger and then shaping itself into a lightning spear, made of pure dark side energy, malicious intent, and decaying thoughts. I knew that for me to reach the pinnacle and surpass you, you had to go, Father. It took me millennia to come up with this plan. An unimaginable time of planning and very little influence on people's thoughts and decisions. I did what I could and worked harder than anyone. And now it is finally here. The moment I have been waiting for my entire life. The bloody lightning, which looked like it phased in and out of a state of liquid and plasma, had reached its most potent and deadly state. This is the accumulation of my research into the dark side of the Force. Force alchemy, Force lightning, Force drain, Force rituals, the thought bomb, the power over life and death at my fingertips. With this, I will sever your connection to the Force and finally put an end to your immortal existence. Dacre shouted and threw the lightning bolt at Primus, who had been forced to watch and take the bolt head-on. If he had dodged, the bolt would have detonated and killed everyone and everything in this quadrant of the galaxy. But who was Primus? The lightning hit him and started affecting him right away. He realized that his son hadn't bluffed at all. This was far more powerful than a regular thought bomb, and it almost immediately eroded his body. All that kept him together was his use of the Force and his unbreakable will, which refused to let his work go to waste. And to everyone's confusion, he started to laugh. Ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Why are you laughing? Dacre shouted in surprise and anger. And why aren't you dead already? How magnificent, son! To think that you would lose yourself to such a degree, but then come up with a magnificent move like this. I am almost proud. Primus' voice sounded above the shrieking sound of the lightning that continued to grow as it fed off Primus' energy. However, Primus suddenly stopped laughing and looked more serious than his children had ever seen. That's almost. You took something from your mother. I warned you never to do that. You harmed her and hurt her, and that's something I will never forgive. Primus' power surged suddenly. He switched from moderate effort to maximum effort, using his own life in exchange for achieving what he wanted. Primus fully absorbed the red lightning, and he rose in the air. He looked down on Dacre. "I will take from you what you love most. You will never use the Force again, and I strip away your eternal life. You shall wander the remainder of your days as a mortal." "No. No." Primus used all of his power and sacrificed his life to settle everything on Tython. Those who had chosen either the light or the dark side were banished from the Tython system. The damage done by the Infinity Gate was repaired, and the gate itself was shut off. Then a large, system-wide illusion settled over Tython and blocked it from outsiders in the far future. Primus started to dissolve slowly. "If you wish to defeat me, train for another 1 million years." With that, Primus finally died. Chapter 33, The Pirate King. So, I read a review that said they had trouble understanding everything because the lore wasn't explained. The next part will require some explanation, so I hope it's done to everyone's satisfaction. Those who already know and those who have no idea. Please comment if it was too much or too little. _. The Shin Cluster, also known simply as Shin, was a moderately large stellar dense region of space in the distant outer rim, located in one of the galaxy's spiral arms. It was located at the far end of what would later be known and established as the Perlmian trade route. In the very distant future, during the latest centuries of the Galactic Republic, it might have been considered a backwater region, as most Chinese planets were run down and past their prime. And that might have been what it appeared, but the Shin Cluster was far more important and rich in its history than what most would come to believe in the far future. Civilization in the Shin was older than the Republic itself, and the history already unfolding will shape the development of the Republic, the Hutts, and, by extension, the entire galaxy. The Shin Cluster formed roughly 9453 after the Thoya arrival, after the Jedi Order had been established. By that point, the galaxy still felt the iron grip of the Infinite Empire. By the time the Infinite Empire discovered the planet Coruscant in 6453 Taya, the humans had already transformed their home world into a massive planetary city and had discovered interstellar travel. Unlike some of the other worlds they enslaved, the Rakatan grip on Coruscant was unusually light because the planet-wide city was impossible to tightly control. As a result, humans began quietly stealing Rakatan technology. By 8953 Taya, humanity had advanced enough to send sleeper ships from Coruscant, colonizing other worlds and forming dozens of satellite civilizations. Up to that time, Coruscanti humans used generation ships, an ancient class of vessels used to colonize worlds. They learned to build sleeper ships by reverse engineering Rakatan technology. A sleeper ship was an interstellar vessel capable of achieving faster-than-light travel via rudimentary dimensional drive technology, while its inhabitants were kept in a state of suspended animation. Typical speeds made travel between distant stars last decades or centuries, well beyond a normal human lifespan. Two such sleeper ships plunged deep into the outer rim, and over decades, they reached the Shin Cluster. One landed on the lush Janalus 7, while the other settled on Barsag, and a new civilization was born. From these two worlds, the humans spread across the Shin Cluster and, over the next 2000 years, settled hundreds of worlds across the region. They developed a mixed society with Rakata cast-offs and utilized some of their technology to create beam tube energy weapons around 9453 after the Thoya arrival. More importantly, they eventually limited hyperdrives that relied on fixed-position hyperspace beacons. This limited hyperdrive used a lighthouse network of fixed-position beacons. So instead of relying on the Force, it relied on other artificial hyperdrive beacons. Travel could then be done easily using hyperdrives, but only between hyperdrive beacons. Travel beyond the beacons was highly dangerous and reserved for hyperspace scouts. This naturally placed limits on the Shinese expansion and prevented the Shinese colonists from re-establishing contact with the core worlds from which they had come, thereby eventually forgetting their origins and remaining isolated from the rest of the galaxy. As the Shinese steadily spread out from Barsag and Janalus 7, the infinite empire was in gradual decline but hadn't disappeared entirely from the galaxy. For this reason, the Shenese kept a rather low profile. The Rakata were present throughout the Shen cluster, but by the time the Shenese were truly expanding, the Rakata had other, bigger problems to address, leaving them alone. Something happened that surprised the entire galaxy. In the year 10700 after the Thoya arrival, the Rakatan species disappeared. Not one member of the Rakata was ever seen again, and no one knows what happened to them. With the disappearance of the sadistic dark side tyrants, the galaxy experienced a drastic change. Since no one knew what had happened to them, it took a while for the galaxy to be brave enough to forget them, but eventually it did. The infinite empire collapsed like a house of cards. After the mysterious disappearance, the Shenese no longer had anything to fear, and it's at this point that the fun part of Shenese history began. They continued their expansionist movement, doubling their efforts without concern for the Rakata. They had spread from the two initial planets, Barseg and Janalus 7, all the way to the Ihala spiral. The Ihala spiral was a tangled wall of nebulae that separated the most rimward parts of the cluster from the region's core. The Shenese had even established a few colonies on the far side of the spiral, and scouts were beginning to expand the lighthouse network beyond the borders of the Shen cluster itself. Over the years, many planets had become wealthy and powerful, but the cluster had been divided. It was divided among several kingdoms and satrapies, which regularly fought among themselves. On the far side of the Ihala spiral, in the region known as the back spiral, most Shenese colonies were independent and obscure. There were a few semi-prominent worlds out there, among them Shen itself, the pirate bolt-hole Stalimer, and lush, far-flung Raxus, but most of Shenese civilization was then concentrated on the near side of the spiral, divided between 5 powerful states. In the center of the region were the 3 allied kingdoms, the kingdoms of Jaminir, Khadin and Barseg, which together controlled a motley collection of vassals. The kingdom of Jaminir, ruled from a powerful, efficient industrial planet, lay on the edge of the Ihala spiral, while the kingdom of Khadin, ruled from an urbanized trade world with many rich ports, lay at the heart of the Allies' territory. The most prominent of the 3 allied kingdoms, however, was the kingdom of Barseg, a small but brutal empire with a rigid caste system, ruled from one of the original cradles of Shenese civilization. Since its initial settlement, Barseg had become a grim but prosperous trade world, the most prominent planet in the 3 allied kingdoms' territory. Rimward of the borders of the kingdom of Barseg lay the Livienne League, another of the Shen cluster's ancient great powers. The Livienne League began as an alliance between the monarchy of Livienne, the trade world Conaver, and the urbanist, militaristic Disvro, the latter of which became the League's capital. The Livienne League came to control a number of neighboring worlds, whose youths were recruited from a young age to be raised as janissaries or civil servants in the League's highly efficient bureaucracy. The Livienne League was the second most powerful of these Shenese realms, second only to the largest and most powerful of the bunch, the Kingdom of Kron. Ruled from Shandar, the self-anointed jewel of the Shen, the Kingdom of Kron stretched across the core-ward part of the Shen cluster and along the Ihala spiral. Its many subjects included Janalus 7, which had become a retreat for Kronese nobles and the site of the kingdom's archives, as well as the shipyard world Barankar, the military planet Dinarbulan, proud and semi-independent Iban, the trade world Soruis, and the theocratic founding member Niswata. The Kingdom of Kron also contained several worlds that were notorious pirate haunts. Among them were Algor, Korlas, and Argai, the latter of which will give rise to the Shen cluster's 2 most infamous historical figures. Argai was a chilly, windswept rock on the edge of the Ihala spiral. It was known for its hardscrabble traders, its cunning pilots and above all, its pirates. The pirates of Argai were more or less a legitimate force in the rimward, remote parts of the Kingdom of Kron, counting nobles and other high-ranking people among their ranks. One such noble was Zur 8. Zur was a Shenese nobleman, born 11253 Taya on Argai. He became a pirate chieftain at a relatively young age, which wasn't uncommon for sons of Argai. It was clear that Zur was special from a very early age. The warring Chinese kingdoms were becoming increasingly powerful, and being a pirate was both a dangerous and lucrative profession in that day and age. One day, Zir came home from one of his short adventures, and he discovered that his father was being unfaithful to his mother. He caught him in bed with another woman and became so enraged that he grabbed the sword at his hip and killed his own father. That was a defining moment for Zir and his values of loyalty and merciless actions in the face of disloyalty. It was a time of tremendous change, and Zir was its herald for the Shin cluster. Zir was one of many Argyan pirate chieftains. But he quickly became especially infamous for his cunning. He and his crew explored the treacherous clouds of the Ihala spiral, establishing secret hideouts and routes from Argai to the back spiral. Zir's strong sense of loyalty ensured that he treated his men and women fairly. They also struck out and raided distant worlds such as Kalaula and Rudrig. Zir's forces utilized the lighthouse network of navigational beacons set up throughout the Shin cluster in order to move from world to world, and by tapping into the wealth of navigational data at their fingertips, were able to hide in the interstellar dark between star systems and wait for their prey. Zir's pirates littered the space lanes with chunks of ice. The collision warning systems of innocent travelers would then force them to revert to real space, allowing the pirates to move in. Zir's men would later melt the ice with their lasers and vanish in the spiral. The wealth and success of these raids drew more raiders to Zir and his fleet. But not only that. It also allowed Zir to seize power on Argai, becoming the planet's legitimate ruler. As a result, he became far more ambitious and sought to claim territory for himself. He had already been hailed as the Lord of Argai, and so he moved against Dravion. Taking the planet, he had carved out a pocket realm for himself, which became known as the Kingdom of Argai. An early victory also saw Zir defeat raiders from Algor, a deed that was revered throughout the kingdom for years to come. Faris, the king of Kron, initially ignored Zir's growing power. At the time, his courts on Chandar were embroiled in intrigue among the Kronese lords, and Faris was too concerned with instability in the core regions of his kingdom to care about a pirate lord out near the spiral. But this proved a great miscalculation. This emboldened the pirate chieftain, who began cutting a swath through the Ihala route, overcoming the satrapies of younger Kronese nobles and the weak descendants of long-dead warlords. Over the space of 10 years, Zir pushed the boundaries of the kingdom of Argai, advancing towards Panna via Korlas. By the time the kingdom spanned from Davion to Panna, Zir had finally drawn the attention of the Kronese rulers on Chandar. Zim? Xim. Where are you? The voice of Rory was heard through the library. He didn't care about the rules of the library, since he wasn't very literate himself, and stormed through the halls. He finally found who he was looking for, seemingly moving through dozens of books at once and having created a book castle around himself. Zir had sired one child, a son, and had given him the name Zim. If it was clear that Zir was special through his actions, cunning, and success, it was clear that Zim was special, simply by looking at him. The young man was taller and bigger than anyone else, towering over all others. His big stature would make others believe that he was a natural-born warrior and would surely succeed his father in expanding the kingdom of Argai and bring glory. But Zim never seemed to be interested in sparring or training physically with the other children, preferring to read and play tactical games, listening to his father's tales about his conquests. Only Zir himself knew the truth of why his son was that way. Zim seemed to possess a mind that dwarfed neutron stars, and his physical prowess was far above any other human or other men or women throughout the Shin cluster. He didn't want to spar with others because he knew he would win easily. He never revealed his true self fully, preferring to keep hidden in plain sight and strike in the right moment. Zir knew that his son was a beast in human clothing, and it scared him slightly. Zim looked up from his books. There you are. I've been looking all over for you, Rory said angrily. Why? King Faris has summoned your father to Chandar. We assume he has secret plans to gain Zir's favor or to have him assassinated. Zim thought about it for a moment and then shook his head. Unlikely. He will want to buy father's loyalty. The cesspool of filth and ambition on Chandar and throughout the kingdom of Kron are too much for him to bear on his own, and he seeks to gain a powerful subordinate. You think so? Well, that could also be a possibility. But what could he possibly offer? Rory asked. Everyone in the inner circle of Zer's forces knew about Zim's tactical and strategic acumen and skill. He was intelligent, and as the son of King Xerxes, he was respected. Noble titles most likely. Hey? What would Zer do with noble titles? Rory scoffed. Nothing. That's why father will decline. But this will give us a window. A window? For what? Rory asked. But Zim didn't answer and walked away. A window for what? Zim. ___. This was done with the help of a video from the YouTube channel, Jeetsleys. Go check him out, he's very good. Finally, a new arc, new players, new campaigns, and the like. We will explore the galaxy further. But not yet as a different species. That will come later. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.